What's good today? What's good today?
Always on the run, Captain Hook.
What's good today? What's good today?
Rumble YouTube family, what's good? What's happening on a beautiful and blessed Saturday? Ironwork 92,000 in the house. And boy, am I glad to see. Actually, I can't even see y'all, but I hope y'all are glad to see me. I'm glad to be here today to be able to do this. We're not going to be here too long. I know it's a Saturday and it's a Saturday night. I want y'all to enjoy yourselves, but at the same time, I wanted to present to you what it is I came across. But before we continue with the subject at hand, I wanted to say hi and what's up to everybody in the house. Arsenio Hall style. Remember that? The dog pound? Anyway, man, let me stop BSing and go down this list. Rumham Solo family, what's good? What's happening, man? It's good to see you tonight. Osoyo Swan, always a pleasure. Mr. Super Sidewanda, likewise, brother. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right, Maria Walker. She's not here late today, and she's out there in Cali too, enjoying that weather. I bet. Good to see you. Undoctrinated. What's happening, family? It's always a pleasure. Always a pleasure, man. Okay, Nano CBD. Smoking on that live, man. What's happening, brother? It's good to see you, man. It is good to see you. All right. Dojo, as promised, I got something for you tonight. As promised. As promised. It's good to see you, man. Nice and early. My brother from down under, Dojo. That damn Vegemite eating ass. You know what I'm saying? Over there eating Vegemite, playing with kangaroos and didgeridoos, didgeridon'ts. Shannon Emerson, what's happening, sis? It's good to see you. It's been a while. But it's good to see you, and it's good to see you here nice and early, too, this evening. It's good to see you. The True Few, what's happening, homie? Good to see you, man, holding it down on your end, wherever that may be. Glad to have you. Mr. Warrior, what's good to see you, man? It's good to see you. And shit, right? Yeah. It's good to see you, man. It's good to see you. Always good to have the bass in the house, man. It's good to have the bass. My day ones over here in the house, sharing the evenings with us. Glad to have you. Mr. Rethink Inc. What's going on, bro? Blackula. I love it, man. I love it. I welcome it. Count Chocula, aka Count Chocula. Good to have you, man. It's good to see you, bro. It's good to see you. Matthew Senko, what's happening, brother? Senko. Anytime I see your name, I think of Sencafe. Sencafe. It's kind of like that old instant coffee that they used to make back in the 80s. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but yeah, that used to be the thing back in the day. Either way, it's good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see my brothers and sisters from the flat world and the true world. Always a pleasure. You guys always hold it down. And you make life so wonderful and interesting. Nate X, what's going on, bro? It's good to see you, man. Saddle Bomb. What's happening, family? It's good to see you. I don't know if I saw you the last episode. Ponder we shall. However, we must continue with the show. That's right, Vlad the Inhaler. I love it. I love it. Though I cannot be inhaling these days. With with what it is I do, I can't enjoy the pleasures of inhaling the way we talking. You know what I'm saying? I can't enjoy them pleasures, but if for you, all you guys that do, man, I get to live through all the goods and the greats of you guys getting to sit there and inhale and eat edibles and all that fun stuff. So that's always a pleasure. Post Anything too. What's happening, family? So with Post Anything too, I wonder if you've ever had a channel called Post Anything One or just Post Anything. Either way, it's always a pleasure to have you around. Thank you. See lightning. I do see lightning, and I see you in here, and it's a pleasure to have you in here, my brother. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. Always love having you here. So Halifax, Nova Scotia, Canada has a star fort. Yep. Okay. I got to check that out. It's a tourist attraction called the Halifax Citadel. Okay. So a lot of these things, before I continue, you know what? Let me continue down the list. Because it's probably a long list. So let me say what's up to everybody. Everybody. Dr. Bose knows, and he got all the hoes. You know what I'm saying? Dr. Bose, it's good to see you, brother. Doctor's in the house. That's right. The doctor is in the house, man. It's good to have you here, man. It's good to have you here holding it down. So I wonder where old dude is, Professor Phil, Professor Bell. Where's Phil Bell at? Somebody call Phil Bell. Ding dong, Professor Bell. Sean Alkey, what's happening, family? What's happening, family? So where there's Sean Alkey, there's usually ABC, Angela Baby Carson's around here. Hopefully y'all ain't doing too much art. Not too much art while we're making tonight's show. Maybe afterwards you guys can enjoy some art. That's an inside joke, y'all. If y'all don't know, find out. But yeah, man, as these guys come in, it's good to see you, Mr. Alkey. Sean Alkey in the house. And where's our sister? ABC. Where's she at? ABC. There you go. Angela Baby Carson, aka ABC, aka Alphabet, having a veggie burger. Okay. Good to enjoy a what an unreal burger or something like that. They call that unreal hamburger or I don't know. Hamburger. I don't know. The unreal burger or the Whataburger. I forget. No, Whataburger is delicious. But that Unreal Burger, I don't know about all that, man. Joe No, Macho Man, Mr. Edwards, what's happening, family? It's good to see you, man. Macho Man in the house. Oh, yeah. Bone sore. For all you guys that saw the first Spider-Man where Macho Man was bone sore. I'm coming after you, man, Spider. It's good to see you, brother. And ahoy. Had to ring my Navy bell. You use a Navy term, so I had to use the Navy bell. I dig it. Ahoy, brother, ahoy. Yeah. All right. So as we come in, we got the Rumble family coming in. Flat Out Faith, it's good to see you. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, we working that Rumble algorithm as well. I like it. I love it. I love it. Greg B, kicking the microphone. What's happening? What's happening, man? It's good to see you. Greg B in the house. Okay. It's good to see you, family. All right. So there goes the list. There goes the people. I love to see you guys. You guys are amazing. And for all you guys shadow watching, make sure you like, make sure you sub, make sure you share this content. Please share this content. Man, so I hope everybody had a good Thanksgiving. Everybody had a good time. I know yesterday was Flat Earth Friday, but, being tied up with everything with the holidays and all this and all that. I mean, everybody was tied up, so we let Friday ride. But at least we have Starfort Saturday. Let's talk about some Starforts, right? And we're not just going to talk about any and all Starforts, but we're going to talk in particular to the few that I came across, right? Just last episode, we spoke about Starforts, obviously, and a whole bunch of other things that were related to Starforts, and then the Flat Earth, obviously. But we spent much of the time discussing some of the Starforts that we came across in a map that I came across. And to answer your question, Maria Walker, you asked about where I found that map. So here is the map. As promised, see, I came through. You got to give me some kind of credit, Maria Walker, because for all you guys and all your entertainment purposes, here's the map right there. It is called Le Nouveau Plan de Paris Fortifié of 1855. So that's 1855. So 1855. See, damn, man, our brothers fly out there, man. I remember some of my numbers in French too. Damn, whoo, your boy's dangerous, y'all. Your boy's dangerous. Let me cover up my chest, man. I don't want y'all to steal my gold chain. Let me protect myself. You know what I'm saying? I don't want y'all to steal my stuff. So there goes that there goes that that map right there. So I want you guys to check that out. You might come across other things that maybe we hadn't seen, but that is the map in its entirety, not being lost to me missing parts because I decided I wanted to take pictures with my camera phone. So there it is right there. Matter of fact, let me do y'all one better, and then look at that. Oh no, let me do y'all one better, and then go ahead and then pin that in my joint right here. So yeah, As you guys come in, make sure to like, make sure to sub. You know what I'm saying? Make sure to sub all this content and all that good stuff. Please, please, please. So there it is. So there goes that map pinned to the top. All you guys coming into Rumble, show some love, say what's up, give a thumb. Because for whatever reason, Rumble loves to play these games, man. Rumble loves playing them dang games. I don't know. They starting to become, I'm not even going to say it because I don't want to put that kind of energy out there in the air. Rumble does us justice. Okay. YouTube be playing games too, man. Y'all be giving all these likes, and then YouTube's like, no, you said a bad word. No, you've got a gun in the background. No, you said gun. No, you moved your hands like this. It looked like a violent gesture, like you was going to try. Like YouTube does the most. You know what I'm saying? YouTube does the most. Hey, family, hey, the truth you, I appreciate you and thank you. You're welcome. All right. Hey, GB, mate, GB. Golly bravo. That's what that means. Golly bravo show, mate. Jono Edwards is one of our brothers from down under as well. My man enjoys Vegemite. He enjoys playing the didgeridoo, playing with kangaroos, eating Dunkaroos. Y'all remember Dunkaroos? Y'all don't remember Dunkaroos? Them little cookies that you add. Anyway, man, I'm over here talking mess. All right. So if you take a look at that map, the Nouveau Plein de Paris fortifié. So see, there I go, exercising my French and the accent. So if you take a look at the map, you'll see some of these star forts. Now, these aren't these star forts. Yeah, actually they are. I take that back. Yeah. So they're not highlighted like the other one was, like they were outlined in red. But if you look at this map, you'll see them. They're pretty distinct. You know what I'm saying? And they appear to be in all four. They're like in the corners of Paris. But even if you look at Paris, the outside of Paris, the walls of Paris, Paris itself is a star fort. So let me show y'all what it is I'm talking about. And then I'll get into better detail as to what I found the last day or two. But it'd be fine if you were talking about transformers and targeting children. You'd be pushing the algorithm. Yeah, no. Yeah, exactly. Rethinking. Exactly. Yeah, I'd be pushed. Yeah. So they like that stuff. YouTube likes that, man. I'm not gonna say that there are pickle smoochers, but y'all know what it is, man. They smooch pickles, which means they like their sides. Good day, A from Winnipeg. Good day, eh? A lot of them in there. Okay. Yes, there are. There are a butt ton of them, Greg B. There are a butt ton of them. So, okay, let me stop talking this mess and let me show y'all what it is I'm talking about. Okay. Boom. Map up, running. Let's go. Let's go. So, we've got right here Fort du Valérien sur Rennes. Oh, that's the Seine. Okay. I was going to say it's the Rennes River. Okay, that's the Seine. We had a couple of things that I found, right? Of course, Notre Dame. Notre Dame is in there. I forgot what river, where that river at, but Notre Dame's in there. We have that one. We've got this one down here. All right. Ici, Vaugirard, Vanvre. Parc DC, the DC Park. And this is like a perfect star shape right here. Look at that. In the inside, it looks like a turtle. On the outside, it's like a Super Mario's, like those invincibility stars. That's pretty damn dope. Paris, à Versailles, à rive gauche. The left rive. I don't know what a rive is. Rive gauche. Something left. So it's it's basically naming the direction of something, whatever the rive is. Rue de la Reine. Oh, so this is the Queen's route. Rue de la Reine. Queen's route. Rue Notre Dame. So that's probably getting there to get you to that river that the church sits on, because Notre Dame sits on. I don't know if anybody's ever been to Notre Dame. It sits on like on a small little island, and the river runs around Notre Dame. It sure does. All right, let's continue with these stars. Boom. There's that one. There's this one. Maybe that's Rive Gauche. No. Fort de Vanvres. That's it. Fort de Vanvres. Chemin Fer de Paris à Versailles. So, all right, okay. So you guys get the point so far. You guys have access to the map yourselves. I'm going to get into the rest. But here it is. It looks like they put stuff around it to kind of highlight that these are star forts at some point. And this looks like a fax or a copy of the original, but because you can see how it's split, and then they've got some kind of tape or something like that over here. I wonder where this map is housed. That would be interesting to see it up close and in person, you know? Okay, and then we've got more Fort de, what's that? Bicêtre. I hope you guys could see it. I hope you guys could see it. All right. Because the disgusting creatures that run the media want it normalized. We all know that those tribes of lizards come from. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Our ship does need saving. The Akinator, what's happening, fam? It's good to see you, bro. It's good to see you. Good to see you. Okay. All right. So now that you guys have it, a lot of these star forts, right? Even if they're not totally shaped like stars, many of them are, which I find totally interesting. You know what I'm saying? I find that to be very interesting. For the Charenton, and so on, so forth. Fort de Nogent. And Fort de Rosny. And I know there's a Fort Noisy somewhere around here. Fort Noisy is around here somewhere. There it is. Fort de Noisy. That's like my favorite one. Fort de Noisy. Fort de Romainville. Pré Saint-Gervais. And then Lac de Triomphe, which is funny because Brooklyn, we got one of these too. We have one of these in Brooklyn. If you don't know, we have a Lac de Triomphe in Brooklyn. And I think they also had one in Manhattan at one point. Well, we had a few in the United States, which I think is crazy because we used this during the ticker tape parade for when the I think we used this during the, if I'm not mistaken, we used one of these during the ticker tape parade when our troops came back and we declared victory after World War II. Right? And this was around in New York City, but we still have one in Brooklyn to this day. Matter of fact, if y'all go by around the Fort Greene area where the library's at, this big old library, man, huge library, biggest library in Brooklyn. You'll find some of these old world structures, and now that I think about it, I'm starting to wonder if that library is an old world structure. It's got all the markings of an old world. You know what I'm saying? Library in Brooklyn. Okay. Fort d'Auberville, Saint Denis, and many, many more. Okay. So why did I bring you guys here tonight? To show you what it is I came across. I don't want to, like I said, want to talk about it a little bit. It's still Saturday. Some of you guys need to make art tonight, if you know what I mean. So I'm not going to keep you guys too long. The synagogue of Satan. Oh, okay. SOS. Okay. Yep. That's right. I agree. So I ain't going to keep y'all too long. I'm going to chop it up with y'all a little bit. Totally. Let me go ahead and drop this in here. If any of y'all that feel froggy, go ahead and jump. Scooch over, pile in the chat, pile it in, baby, pile it in. Joy and pain. Lowry, what's going on, homie? It's good to see you. We have one in Prospect Park and one in Washington Square Park. Exactly. Yeah. Okay. So I knew I wasn't tripping. Okay. Yeah, that's right. That's the one over Prospect Park. Okay. Yep. Yep. That's right. So yeah, Lowry knows. You probably drove past it today or walked past it. Lord knows parking's bad in Brooklyn. It's cool. Kind of. You can look on the map on split screen with your iPad. Yeah. Yep. Minuteman base and Fallout. The Minuteman base in Fallout 4. Oh, okay. Huh. I don't think I played Fallout 3, but not part 4. Regular Fallout 3. And then I was like, did the downloaded stuff, Brotherhood of Steel, and all that stuff, you know? So I did like Fallout series. Yeah, so there goes my joint. If y'all feel froggy, go ahead and jump. It's right there. It's good to see everybody. Okay. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to knock that off my screen right there. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to present to y'all this. Now, family, if I'm going to present this to you, that's cool. However, just like when you guys give me information, I'm tasked with doing my homework. Yes. Now, what I present to some of you guys is to just look on the map, right? Just go and look on the map, take a look and see for yourself, see what's out there, because you're going to come across so many anomalies, all right? So without let me stop sitting there flapping my gums, man, and let me show y'all what the hell I'm talking about, man. I'm over here talking too much, bro. I'm talking too much, bro. Okay. So right here is ArcGIS, right? I went ahead and I opened up ArcGIS, and what I did was I put in my favorite fort, Fort Denoisy. So I was like, let me go to Fort Denoisy. Matter of fact, let me go and punch in Fort de Noisy. Okay, look at that. So they got Fort de Noisy already, right? Check this out. So Fort de Noisy is still a place in Paris, right? And look at that. Where's Fort de Noisy at? Where's Fort de Noisy? Well, family, if you're asking where Fort de Noisy is, oh, matter of fact, hold on. Let me make sure y'all can see all that like I can see it. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my beautiful, beautiful face off here so y'all could get the whole map. You know what I'm saying? Y'all see it, right? 10-4. What's happening, family? It's good to see you, man. Washington Square Park is so different now. And the Arc there is a replica of the giant one in Paris. See, now 10-4 with sombrero. Now, nobody, okay, the one in Paris is there, but did they really build the one in Brooklyn, or was it there already? You know what I'm saying? Was it already there, or was it built? Because they're saying all this stuff was built at some point. They have dates, but was it really? So you see, this is Nico. Nico from Divergent, the Divergent channel, Nico. You see that, right? Exactly. Fort de Noisy. Hey, guys, as we ask, put it in the chat. Put the names of the places in the chat, and we will go right there. How about that? Can you guys do it? Give me a 1 if yes, or 2 if no, that you don't want to do it. So all you have to do is put a 1. So go ahead. Give me a 1 if you're down with it, or give me a thumbs up, whatever, to affirm that you're going to look at that map that I sent you, the Nouveau Plan de Paris Fort Fortifié. Check that out. Give me a name of one of those forts. Give me a name. Okay, Sean Alkey's down. Okay. All I need is a 1. All you need is 1. Wah, 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 wah. All you need is 1. 1. 1 is all you need. I'm getting my Beatles on. You know what I'm saying? So I'm getting my Beatles on. Okay. All right. So give me a name. Yeah, 32 watching. That's right, family. Yo, hit that thumbs up. Yo, give me them thumbs, y'all. Give me them thumbs. That's right. Hit that like, y'all. So, yo, give me a name of these places. Give me a name. Okay, I'm gonna, cause my thing is I gotta spell the name out and all that, and I'm like, man, I ain't got all. I gotta jump back and forth between trying to spell the name. You know what I'm saying? And you'll see. Watch. 16. They're also known as the 16 fortifications of Paris. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Cool. Let me let me go ahead and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna look that up. The 16 fortifications of Paris. Okay. Fort Coron. Okay. 12 more rows. Okay. Okay, so all right, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna send that. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Who said that? Who said that? Greg B. Thank you very much for sending that. Guys, you could go ahead and you could use that as a reference tool also to what I'm about to do. Okay. So right there is Fort Denoisy. That was the first place that I went to while doing this. As soon as I saw it was blurred out, I was like, wow, that's weird. Why would they blur it out? And I was like, damn, man, like maybe something's there. Well, yeah, something's there. It's that damn star fort. But I didn't want to give it too much credence to say it's the star fort that's there. That's why they blurred it out. But they did blur it out. I didn't do that. I don't know how to blur shit out. You know what I'm saying? I don't think I have admin rights in ArcGIS or Google Earth. Okay, I'm gonna get there. Gibbous setter. Okay, gibbous citra. Okay, now I had to stop washing dishes and dry my hands and tell y'all Combe Gibney channel has done extensive shows on its star forts. The most I've seen. Back to doing dishes. Okay. All right. Thank you for that rethinking. Yes, get back in the kitchen. Halifax Citadel. I'm gonna check that out. Okay, I'm gonna check that out. Okay, let's keep our attention here in Paris. Let's stay in Paris. Okay, so I'm gonna go to the next place. I'm gonna go to the next place. Let's go to the next place. All right. All right, that's one place. Oh Lord, there we go. Boom. Let's try this one. This is Fort Courant. You see it right there. De la Briche. Did I, or didn't I? Rue de Courant de la Briche. Fort Courant de la Briche. Okay. Let's see if I could zoom in and let's see if we have anything here. So we don't have anything there. Not as far as I can see. Okay. Wait. What's that? Oh, it's just a house. Okay, so far, all right. Now it's tits up. I'm getting tits up over here because I'm going by what these guys say. And what I did, family, was after I found Fort Denoisy, I just combed through this. I combed through all of Paris myself. I just went back and I just combed through the whole map of Paris myself, basically. And anything that appeared odd or somewhat or blurred or somewhat blurred, I gave it my undivided attention and I've zoomed in on it. I just zoomed in just like that. Just like this. I just focused in, zoomed in on it. And I was like, "Oh, okay. Well, I can't see it. Let me put a pin marker on it and then I'll refer to it later on if I have to." Right? If anything was blurred, now there are good reasons why France might blur some places. It could be a military base. A lot of times, military bases or strategic points that have some kind of relation with the military, they would go ahead and blur this out. We tend to do it too here in the United States. So France ain't alone in this whole thing. Okay. So we do that with many bases, seaborne bases, land bases, all that, Navy bases, Army bases, Marines, so on and so forth. We tend to blot out any like more sensitive areas. So let me see. So a place like this, I'd zoom into as well, just to see if I could see it anymore, which I can. It looks strange, right? Just because of just how it looks. I guess it looks strange. There's nothing here, so we think, or so I think. Okay, that's enough talk. Let me go back here. Detach forts. Okay, the fortification program. Minister of War, Laurent de Gouvion Saint-Cyr. Okay, creation of a committee to study fortification, which returns to the debate and again concludes. So 1830, which is an interesting time that they say that they built this fort. Because this isn't the only place that has these kinds of forts. They're all over the world. Romanville, Saint Denis. Okay, all right. Okay, so Francois, Nicolas, Benoit. Okay, all right. Let me stop talking mess. Let me just take you there. Okay, here we go. So all these places I marked out. If you look, I'm like, yo, what the fuck, Paris? Yo, excuse me, I cussed. That's the first one for today. Forgive me. So this place right here, this is an example of what I'm talking about. It looks like it could be some kind of runway. And so what did I do? I didn't know what it was. I was like, I don't know if they're playing French baseball or what. So let me go ahead. Let me drop a marker on it. So here go the coordinates. You can see it down at the bottom, 4832 east by 23439 or 4832 north, excuse me, by 23439 east. Okay. And this is at around like 77 meters. 77 meters, they're saying. All right. 4832 north by 23438 east. Right here. I have no idea what this is. It could be a runway or a series of runways. I don't know. But it looks strange. It's blurred out. And so I decided, let me just go ahead and drop that pin there. Okay. And then I numbered them by places. Place, blah, blah, blah. Place 1, 2, 3, up to like 35 in Paris. Here's another one right here. Here's another one. Blocked out. Blocked out. Place 28. All right. Let's zoom out. Place 28. Here's another one. This is like a star fort. Look at that. These guys did a terrible job blocking this out, but you can see it right here, right? 4838 north by 22231 east. Check it out. That's another one right there. Yeah, they just scratch the stuff out. Like the more they try to hide the stuff, the funnier it is, I think. And you can see it looks like a star anise almost. Just the shape and everything else. It looks like a star anise. It's pretty dope. It would be nicer if we could actually see it though. You know what I'm saying? Let's continue. Here we go. Here we go. All right, this whole area is blocked off. Why? I have no idea. Have no idea. But this is place number 14. That's 4843 by 20855 east. Okay. There it is right there. So check this out. As I hover over these things while we're doing this show tonight, if you need to pause it, you could pause it, right? And then you could just boom, you could punch in that coordinate and then that'll take you like immediately to where you should go. Okay, here's another one. 4844 east, north, excuse me, by 21027 east. All right. Here's another one. Here it is right here. So out here in Paris, I don't know if this is a star fort, but it's blurred out. So place 15. All right. Let's do this a lot. We could do this a lot faster if I just do it like this. Place 1. Let's go to place 1. Okay, that's the star anise. We saw that one. Place 2. Place 2. Okay, I think we saw that one as well. Here are the coordinates, 4730 north by 25232 east. All right, let me go to the chat real quick. I don't want you guys thinking I'm neglecting y'all, but I'm all on this thing, y'all. Let me go to the chat real quick. Okay. The Halifax Citadel. I'll get to that, but let me write that down so I don't forget it. The Halifax Citadel. Citadel. Okay. Halifax Citadel. All right. Good to see y'all. Oh, Jeff Gashead. What's happening, family? Good to see you. Got an ABC dishwasher rethink. Yeah, works great. That's amazing. Fort de Charlenton. I'll check that one out. I think I have that one marked out, but Fort de Charenton. Okay. I think I have that one. The whole of France is a star fort. Exactly. All of France. The whole thing is a star fort. That's, yeah. Yep. The whole thing. Yep. Oh, not France, excuse me. Paris is. I don't know about France, but I know Paris is definitely a star force. What even gay Paris? Yeah. Jono Edwards. Emu export tasty grog. Yep. Loved any beer. Cooper's was my favorite. Cooper's Australian for beer. Kangaroo, didgeridoo, Vegemite, Marmite. G'day, mate. That's not a knife. This is a knife. XOXO, what's happening, brother? It's good to see you, man. Holding it down, holding it down. How you doing? Mr. Super Sidewinder in the house. Dishes are done. Good. Rethink Inc. Come on down and have a seat. Check this out with us. Okay. Super Sidewinder, what's happening, family? Frank Monday, what's going on, though? It's good to see you, family. I know it's probably Sunday in your neck of the woods, but we're just looking at this star forts again. And so check this out, Frank. With the star forts that we were looking at, what you're looking at right here is possibly even a star fort. This is what I came across here on Google. Not if you have Google Earth, you could do it, right? But here on ArcGIS, you see that? But I'm gonna go to Mr. Dojo's request with Fort de Chanteon. No, de Charlenton. Excuse me. Said it all wrong and stuff, trying to sound fancy. But to my demise. Okay. So back to ArcGIS. Fort de Charenton. Here we go. Fort de Charenton. Okay. Oh, this is one I did not mark out. I didn't mark it out. Why didn't I mark it out? Fort de Charenton. It almost looks like they just drew all over it, but here it is. It's not blurred out or nothing. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to add a point right there. Fort de Charenton. Okay. I just named it. What are you talking about? I just named it. Okay. Okay. We're going to fix that. All right. So that's Fort de Charenton right there. Can I change it? Let me rename it. Okay. Okay. There it is. All right. Okay. Whatever. I misspelled it. Whatever. Okay. Let's go to place number 4. There it is. Place number 4. Here's another one. Right? These things, they just blurt them out. They figure, you know what? They don't need to be seeing none of this. So we'll blow them out. And then the coordinates, of course, the coordinates are, there go the coordinates right here. 4854 north by 212 17 east. Okay. Moving right along, place 5. There it is. Now look at that. Look at how they blurred it out. These guys are unreal. And look at the bottom right here. It's like a 6-pointed star. They just cut. Look at it. Look at these guys. They're unreal. You can still see the trees, how they're shaped. They're still shaped like a star. These guys, they are something else, ain't they? These guys are just unreal. Google Earth is better. So Sean Alki, the thing I like about ArcGIS is that it has more moving parts. So if you do any kind of like work on the side where it requires you to use a interactive map, ArcGIS tends to be better. You know what I'm saying? I've had ArcGIS just tends to have a little bit more that you could work with. Paris image you provided, what comes to mind is that the walls look like they were built to imitate the Star Fort style. Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, the walls were built like that. Yep. That's what I see as well. I see that as well. Oh boy, now I put that in there. Lord have mercy, forgive me. Yep. Sidewinder. Besides water, what are they hiding? Have no idea. That's a good question. Yeah. Yeah, they're doing a bang up job trying to hide this stuff, man. They're doing a pretty damn good job, but then again, not such a good job because you could still see that it's shaped like a star. So, you know, place number 6 coming right up. There it is. Place 6. I don't know what that is, but I just went ahead and I highlighted it anyway. Now, I found this also interesting. Like anytime I see these centers or squares, look at this. Like I'm looking at this and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. I don't know what this is, but I just saw it and I was like, oh, I'm not going to put a pin here, but at least it's close enough to me pinning that I could just come back and I could just take a look at it. Right? It's like a little circle roundabout type deal. But look at that. I was like, okay. But I'm going to show you something close to that here in a second. But then you've got these places right here. I don't know if this is old structure or what, but I could see these columns in the front. And it looks like this might be an old structure right here. And then one right here at the top. Right? And then all this, if I just use this as the center mark right here, this is 4852 North by 21839 East. Okay. All right. Place number 7 coming right up. Here's another one. You just got all this stuff that they hiding over here in Paris, man. It's wild. And hey, look at what we got here. I'm surprised they didn't block this off. The Eiffel Tower. Okay, it's next to Lucky number 7, the Eiffel Tower. Here we go. Pretty cool, huh? Yep. The Eiffel Tower, baby. There she is. All right. That's why everything's blocked off. Let me see. De la Breche. All right. Hide it as much. They don't hide it as much on Google Earth. So I know on Google Earth, they're probably doing their best to start to block this stuff off. Paris is the red herring, while the Star Fort magician is hiding while we look away and focus on what he wants us to focus on. Yeah, it's got something to do with it. These whole Star Forts, I think there's some kind of connection, right? But I think it's also good that even if we don't know what the connections are totally, we could gather the puzzle pieces. These are service puzzle pieces that if we don't use them now, we could start putting them together. We could hold it off, know that we have a puzzle piece, and then we could put it together later once we find something that may connect with it, you know, and we could see if it fits. ABC, the real Google Earth. That's why everything is blocked off. Well, no, 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 no. That's not it. No, hold on. Let's see. Let's see something, because I did the underground thing and I went to, hold on. Gee, do I have Google Earth on here? I think I have Google Earth on here. I downloaded it. Give me 1 second. I'm going to look. Yeah, I got Google Earth. The Archie blows. So let me go ahead. Let me cut off ArcGIS. I'm going to cut off ArcGIS. I wanted to give you guys this. If we have to come back to ArcGIS, we will. Let me cut ArcGIS off. Now let me go to Google Earth. You talking about Google? You talking about Google Earth ABC like Google Earth is something good? You talking about Google Earth like Google Earth wouldn't do some stuff like this? Google Earth already did that. I did a video on it where they did that to that underwater base. The people that called it the underwater UFO base. I did a video on it like 4 videos ago. You saying, come on, man, like I'm over there, like I'm messing something up. I'm like, what you talking about? Come on, man. But I'm gonna check Google Earth. I'm gonna check Google Earth. You know what I'm saying? Let me check Google Earth. Let's go to Google Earth real quick. Let's go to explore Google Earth. And maybe it very well could. I just went to ArcGIS because that's ArcGIS. I tend to use it. Boom, it works real good for me. Google Earth. Hold on, let me share my Google Earth screen with y'all. Share screen. Google Earth. Boom. All right, boom. Here we go. Boom. There it is. All right, so we got Google Earth. Y'all are seeing it, right? Oh, there we go. Paris. And then I think one of the easier places to find is Fort de Noisy. Oh, look at that. The Bastille. Look at that. You see how well Paris is cut out? Oh, look at that. That's amazing. Look at this. I think I could see a star fort from all the way up here. No. Sure looked like it could have been one. No, that's not one. They're around here somewhere. All right, let's punch in Fort de Noisy. Fort de Noisy. Boom. It should show up. Hey, look at that. Google Earth is so good. Even these star forts over here on Google Earth are blocked out. Exactly. ABC, is there an apology somewhere? Do I get an apology, ABC? Come on, man. Google Earth is better for this. Really? You get the same thing. Well, some of them, yes, but not as bad as the app that you're. No, it's not just an app, ABC. ArcGIS is, if you ask people in certain fields, they use ArcGIS. They use ArcGIS. I'm gonna try another one. Totally. I'm not gonna settle. Just Fort de Noisy is the easier one to one of the easiest ones because it's the easiest one to remember. Okay. Damn it. Boy. Let me bring flip. I have no Frank, listen. I have no clue why they're hiding it. I have no idea why. Your guess is as good as mine. Okay. So here I am going to Paris. Okay. So Nouveau. Okay. Dauber. No, that's too much of a fucking long ass name. Fort de Romanville. Okay, let me go to Fort Romanville. Maybe Fort Romanville will yield us something different. All right. Boom. Christ almighty. Let's see. Fort Romanville. Okay, Fort Romanville. Maybe that'll give us something different. Fort Romanville. Just take me there. Jeez. See if I could change the orientation of this place. Almost looks like the Space Needle over here. For Romanville, Loisier, and possibly because there are no Starfort sitting here, or maybe I could be at the wrong one. Fort de Villiers. Let's go there. It almost looks like it's still in the shape of a Starfort. You see? Look at that. This is like the remnants of it, possibly. But you could still see it's got the shape still. Fort de Villiers. And you're like, why would it be a fort? There's nothing around it. Well, it could still be a fort if these trees had something for them. If this stone was there, you have 1 point there, 1 point there, one there, possibly one there, one there. Yeah, and then you've got what's left of it right here. Hell no, I'd block this off too. Villiers. So let me see Fort de Villiers. That's how I'm going to pronounce it, just to go on ArcGIS. So I'm going to check this out on ArcGIS. Oh, boy. Skip. Okay. Fort de Villiers. Taking me to Paris. Okay, I didn't mark that one down. I didn't mark that one down. I didn't mark down, at least I don't think I did. No. Fort de Villiers. Noisy Legrand. Okay. This place looks interesting, but no Starfort there. There's nothing there. There is nothing there. Let me get out of ArcGIS. Let me go back to this Fort de Noisy, Fort de Romanville. And then let me go back to, okay, Fort de Noisy, Fort de Rosny. Fort de Rosny is another one. Okay. We're going to go to Fort de Rosny. Okay, there it is. There's Fort de Rosny right here, shaped just like one of those star forts. So they hide them here on Google Earth as well. Don't get it twisted, y'all. These interactive maps are widely used. Don't think if one isn't doing it, if one is doing it, the other one isn't. Usually these guys work in tandem with each other. You know what I'm saying? Then you got more of the Star Fort right here, man. These guys they did their best to just blur this joker out. Know what I mean? Look at that. Look, more of it blocked out. So and then you've got another place right here blocked out. Don't even know what this place is, but it's blocked out. Blocked out. A lot of places are just blocked out in France. Blocked out. And then many of them just appear to be the star forts. What's this? Huh. Look at that. Perfect circle. That's weird. Let me show you guys something that I came across also. No. Notre Dame Cathedral, Notre Dame. Okay. So we're going to Notre Dame Cathedral right there in Paris. There it is in the Seine. Okay. There it is. So that's Notre Dame, right? Take a look at this that I found. I think this might be it. Is this it? No, that's not it. I'll probably show y'all on ArcGIS. Oh, no, here it is. The Place de la Nation. It's damn near a pentagram. Look at this. It's damn near a pentagram, an unfinished pentagram mostly. Look at that. I found that right there east of Notre Dame. And I was like, man, that's strange. Look at how this thing is situated. Look at this. Weird, huh? Totally weird. Place de la Nation. Right? And then, of course, as you go around, you'll find these little blurred spots. Like after a while, you tend to develop a little bit of a bird's eye for a lot of these blurred spots. You like this one right here, see? Penitentiaire de la Paris la Sainte. So look at that. So prison, it's a prison. Probably they don't want to give these prisoners the idea on how to escape. So they don't need them making maps of the place so they could leave. I don't know. That's probably why they have it blurred out. That's what I would imagine. I don't know. I've been wrong before, but look at this. This is funky. On the way to the Eiffel Tower. Crazy. Here it is. Here's another place blocked out. So a lot of this matches up with what we have on ArcGIS. Look at this. I don't even know what this is, but this is shaped like a star. Right? Right here, it's shaped like a star. Right here. Fortress du Mont Valérien. Okay, so Valerian is one of the star forts, and it's shaped like a star, blocked off. Blocked off. So I'm not going to run you guys through the rigmarole of going through every single last star fort. I think there's one up there by Saint-Germain as well, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I am mistaken. I don't know. Yeah, but after a while, man, you develop like a little bit of a bird's eye. And then once you go around and you're looking, you tend to run into them. But yeah, family, like I thought it was mad interesting to show y'all that. I thought it was mad interesting. Okay, I'm gonna stop. Google Earth. No. Okay, good. There we go. Okay, close that. Go back to the StreamYard. Yeah, so you see, maybe they were there for charging up giant airships. Maybe. Act like you know 26. Here's its channel. Yeah, maybe. Could have been. Maybe there was something there for them to charge up their airships. Act like you know 26. Check that out. Dojo, I could support some of that. Some of what I've seen in the 2 decades I've been here, there have been numerous campaigns to tear much of it down. Yeah. These things are so low to the ground, they're like the Pentagon almost. Chat, notice how on Google there is no airplanes. I did not know that. Oh, there's no airplanes to be. That's a good point, man. That's a really good point. That's a really good point. There's a cleared pattern visible on 13th Monkey's maps as he color codes it to indicate raised star forts. Still, okay, so act like you know 26. What's happening, family? So this is something that I was thinking about, right? So there's either color coding those you can either color code the star forts, or you could number them in such a fashion to where maybe you could number them, like, say, on the same the lateral line, on the same uh the same latitude. Anything that's close within a certain latitude, you could number them 1. Anything outside the latitude, you could number it 2 or 3, depending on how far down or how far up, right? 1, 2, or 3. And then maybe you can establish some kind of pattern. That's 1. 2, color coding it, well, kind of like this gentleman did, the 13th monkey, right? Color coding it. And 3, one of the things I thought about was, what if a particular angle of each one of those star patterns pointed to something specific? Like, they were like, hey, on the northwest angle of this star at Fort Denoise, because that's my favorite one, at the northwest angle of Fort Denoise, that star is where we hold potatoes, or that points to King Louis's house. I don't know. I'm not necessarily talking crap, but I just wanted to, like, maybe introduce that to your mind, that maybe it's pointing something. It's also serves as a direction finder. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm going to read these. These are really interesting. I was recently in contact with some Chinese antiquarians that worked hard to save many of the old world buildings in Tianjin, a city that is next to Beijing. Wow. And the Chinese government, man, I'm not going to talk bad about them, dude. They're great people. I don't want them, deleting the thing, but it's like it's almost as if they're doing their best to tear down a lot of this old stuff, man. They really don't want people to know anything. The old city wall here in Beijing was one of the most glorious star fort style structures in the world, and now nearly all of it's gone. Oh my goodness. Wow. Nano, man, Nano, I already saw you, man. I said, what's up? Maybe you just dropped out and popped back in. 13th monkey. I'm going to check him out too. Warrior, you have a good night, brother. It's good to see you, man. Another example is a bridge south of Beijing. All right, man. Look, man. Listen, bro. Listen. Frank Monday, here you go, man. Just do us all a favor, bro. There you go. Frank Monday. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I got you. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, let me just. Beijing was Tartar City until really 1910. Act like you know 20. Beijing was What, man? What? This is crazy. So that's where you find tartar sauce from, near Beijing, Tartar City. Huh. That's crazy. Tartar City, Beijing. I'm going to check that out. Wow. Wow. So, yeah. Hey, if you feel froggy, man, jump on in, though. For all y'all that be coming in here, don't, y'all type a lot, but y'all don't say nothing. Y'all don't join the chat, man. Join the chat. Speak your piece. Like, I want to hear about it. Sometimes I try not to miss everybody's comments, man, and you guys be dropping some gems. You know what I'm saying? So I totally don't want to miss it. Halifax Citadel is a beautiful, clear green star fort in the summer. Dojo. All right, let me bring up ArcGIS again. Let me give y'all ArcGIS. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over ArcGIS. It doesn't look as good and as clean as Google Earth. I get it. But ArcGIS is like one of the better ones. It's got a lot more moving parts than Google Earth. Oh, Lord. Okay, let's bring up ArcGIS again because my computer wants to play games. Nice. American Off Grid, what's happening, family? And yeah, everybody, shout out to Act Like You Know 26. Check him out. Check out his channel. Sub to him. 13th Monkey. is another one. Oh, well, okay, my bad. Act Like You Know 26 or 13th Monkey. Either one. Subscribe to them. You know what I'm saying? Get to know these guys. They probably have some really good content. So I'm going to sub to y'all as well. And I'm going to check it out. Act Like You Know the link to join. Yeah, I just dropped it, bro. Give them the link to join. I just dropped it. It's right in here, y'all. Come on now. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go to the thing. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to pin it to the top. Okay. Replace pin message. There it is. So the StreamYard link is right there at the top. So if you want to jump in, man, you feel froggy, jump. Come on in. Come on in. It's warm in here. Come on in. Don't be coy. Do not be coy. Good to know. I'll do more research. I've always focused on everything pre-modern era. Huh. None of that is in the mainstream histories that we study at university here. No, it's crazy because that's one thing. One of the things that I've always been interested in is how people handle their history of their nation, right? Do they follow an American script, which I doubt. Halifax Citadel is a beautiful, clear green star fort in the summer. You know what? Okay. You know, I am going to do just that. I'm going to do that. I'm going to go to the Halifax. What's it called? Halifax Citadel. Okay. Skip. Okay, we're going to go to the Halifax Citadel. Halifax Citadel. Let's see if we can see something. Halifax in Canada or Nova Scotia. My bad. Look at this. Hey, hey. Ooh, nice and pretty. Thank you, Sea Lightning. Very nice. Look at this. So if you guys want to check it out, there go to coordinates 4438. Well, let me just 4438. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, there it is. 4438 by 6334 west. West. They say they built it for a war. What war? Everybody built one for a war, right? Is that like the going thing? Is that the excuse for everything? Look at that. That's pretty. Wow. Wow. Thank you. Thank you for that. That's amazing. If you look at Paris, Paris has so many. They were like, yo, we need to block that off. Paris had so many. That is nice. Thank you. What's over here? Eh? What's this, eh? George Island? George Island, eh? What's this? What's this? What is that? I have no idea what that is. It's the middle of a city. Okay. It's just mind blowing how much of this is in the US too. It certainly seems there was a worldwide culture that has been erased from histories. Yes, I agree. I totally agree. Like, we don't know. There's so much here that they've removed from history that they don't want us see. Like, why are you hiding Star Forts? For what? Because people keep visiting it. I'm sure people visit the Eiffel Tower through ArcGIS and Google Earth and stuff. That doesn't keep you from stopping them from seeing that. Why then would you block off these Star Forts in Paris? Meanwhile, Nova Scotia, we could see this one. Halifax Citadel. Give it a couple of months. They'll probably blot this one out too. Okay, let me show you guys also Fort Barrancas. Fort Barrancas. Okay. Where it's at? Oh, it's not. Where is it at? Fort Barrancas. This is the one that I visited. Moffett Road. Oh, wow. Pensacola, baby. Pensacola. I love Pensacola. Love Florida. But where's it at? It's around here somewhere. Fort Barrancas. Fort Barrancas. Fort Barrancas. Raphael, Frank Monday, what's going on, family? Oh, no. Raphael, what's happening, family? I had the Frank Monday name up. Excuse me. What's going on? Act like you know 26. Welcome to the show, man. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. How are you?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Just over here holding it down, going over some Star Fort craziness that I came across. Hold on. If I bring you to...
So
Okay.
I'd like to go just very briefly one by one.
Here
in
it is.
reverse order. Pensacola, you just mentioned, Mind Unveiled has like a 4-hour video on Pensacola, if you're interested in that. A second thing I wanted to mention is, which you may also be interested in, I'm not sure, there is a really great series by a certain Colonel Towner about Operation Gladio, which I've been recently watching, conducted by a veteran. So it's very interesting to see the conversation. And Gladio is also like the more recent part of the whole history obfuscation. And the first thing I had posted is just this video with 13th Monkey, because you can see the color codings and you can really see clear patterns. For example, in France and Germany, almost all the star forts are destroyed, whereas in other areas, you still have more that are standing. And he really goes case by case, and it's a pure passion project. So I think it's quite high quality data.
And this is from 13th Monkey, the last one that you mentioned.
Yeah.
Wow. Before
he
we
has
continue with
cataloged
that,
like 8,000, I think.
Oh, wow. Before we continue with that, this is Fort Barrancas. This is the Fort Barrancas that I visited. Look at it. This is it. Yep, that's it. That is it. Well, it doesn't look like a star, but it's odd shaped, right? Yeah, this is Fort Barrancas. Yep, Fort Barrancas. That's right there in Pensacola. For all you guys that are out there living in Pensacola or a Destin area, you know, and you ain't got nothing to do, you could pass by here. It's accessible. Wait a minute. Let me see. Hayes Road. Wait, if I'm not. Okay, wait. I think you might have to get on base. Because the Air Museum, you may have to get on base if man, it's been a while since I've been on Pensacola, so forgive me, y'all. You may have to get on base in order to get to Fort Barrancas. But it's easy. You just get a pass. You know what I'm saying? They've been giving people access to these bases anyway, so whatever. You get a pass, you get on there. But yeah, man. So that's crazy. So they destroyed many of the star forts within Germany. Yes. Wow. So hold on. I know that they have Vienna as well.
Vienna, you can clearly see on old images, if we can trust them, or on these drawings, that Vienna clearly is a star fort city. And this is another thing that I find highly auspicious, conspicuous, and strange, because I live in Vienna, and even in the official timeline, the star fort walls only started to be demolished in about 1870.
Really?
And I'm only wondering, because if it is something that I want to demolish because I'm controlling an area, and I maybe want to hide history or whatever, or just, you know, make slow resets, then why would I wait until 1870 to do that? There must be a reason for it, if that date is correct, right? Because if it is correct, it would just show to me there is some kind of a recent power shift, which, yeah, maybe more recent again than we may imagine.
Right. That's crazy. And so you just totally wipe out history. And it's around the same time all this stuff is starting to change.
Of course, you have all the Republican revolutions from 1850s to 70s, even going up to Japan. And in Austria, they give you the cute story. They call it Linienwall, which is one of the rare instances in German where you would use the term Wall, like wall, basically. But in German, you say Mauer. You don't say Wall. Maybe Erdwall, like earth wall. Wall Street, and these are all the Starfort walls, right? Wall Street is also former Starfort Wall Street, right? And that's the.
Oh wow! I didn't. You know what? That's crazy. Really?
That's what it is, and this is also why I'm thinking when they make it so popular. So whatever it is exactly, but there is something to this old world hidden history connection because they even parade it around, or otherwise it would be Baker Street, which is known as the most important financial street that literally every individual in the Western world at least knows about, right? Why make it Wall Street? And it may be a mockery or whatever it is, but it's right in front of everyone. And also I didn't know, of course, until I learned about it, right? So.
Holy moly, you're right. And I'm from New York. It never crossed my mind. I'm from New York City. I'm from Brooklyn. And so to see, wow, Wall Street, the whole place was a star fort. Amazing. Amazing. And it's in Manhattan. So I wonder within Manhattan too, how much of Manhattan did they divide into a star fort, or could Manhattan have been an entire star fort all itself? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was in New York. I didn't check it out in that detail, let's say, and also it wasn't on my internal map yet to look for those kind of things.
Right.
Yeah, I just think, I like, from what I saw from it, I like New York. I can't tell you much more. But I mean, it's eerie, certainly, because New York, maybe more so than other places in the US, is in certain ways similar to Vienna, that you have kind of more of these old style like buildings.
Yes.
Even though they may not really be really old, or some may be really old and some may be from 1900s, like these waves, or at least that's what they tell you,
Yes.
And they have similar stories in Vienna.
Like
and then,
New
of course,
York is littered. New York is littered with these old world structures. And I could tell you, even me as a kid growing up in New York, and anytime I went to downtown Brooklyn, or I went to Manhattan, it just felt strange. I felt out of place. I was like, this feels older than what it needs to be. It didn't make sense. So I was talking with one of the guys, Gene Edited, right? Gene Edited is on every once in a while. And I was talking with Gene. Gene lives in New York. And I was like, yo, do you ever notice like walking down downtown Brooklyn and you see train tracks in the middle of the street? Meanwhile, there's no train or there's no trolley. You see trolley tracks everywhere in Brooklyn. It's like after the asphalt disappears because the road is worn, the trolley tracks start to resurface. And this is something that I noticed when I was a real young kid. There were trolley tracks everywhere. Another thing, there were a lot of these glass circles on the sidewalk. Apparently, they let in light to the underground of New York that not too many people are familiar with. There's an underground in New York. There's an underground in downtown Brooklyn. There's an underground potentially in Manhattan that a lot of people ain't privy to. A lot of people don't know about.
Makes you think of Futurama.
Oh, wow. Oh, now you bringing it back to Futurama. So are you familiar with this place, Peter Platz? Peter Platz,
somewhat.
Peppers. Okay. All right. This looks like this is old world. You got this dome structure up here. Wow.
I mean, if you want to do this, maybe zoom out a little bit. Are you on Google Earth or something else?
I'm on ArcGIS.
Okay, because this does not have Street View, I guess. Or does it?
No, yeah, because look at that. No. So if I go to Google Earth will give me Street View.
Only because then if you go on certain streets like Ringstraße, which is like the street surrounding the first district, you could literally like walk around there and you can see what I can see, which is like there's old world buildings left and right, basically. In Vienna especially, there's certain places where it's crazy. Yeah.
Wow, this looks like one right here, right there by Josef Meinrad Platz. Okay, maybe that's not one. Maybe it is one. I guess it's a little bit different looking at it from this perspective. And here's another one. Looks like it has another dome right there on Bergring.
Yeah, these are museums.
Yeah.
Today officially. But
today, yes. Mm-hmm. And then you've got this little square right here. Hold on, let me show you guys. Sharonton, 35. Real quick, we're going to jump to Paris. And wow, I did not know we had somebody in Vienna that lived in Vienna that was here on this channel. That's amazing. I've always wanted to visit Vienna, never visited Vienna. But wow, it's just littered with old world, huh? So I also have an old map of Vienna as well that I took pictures of while I was in the map center in Stanford University. And they showed Vienna had a lot of star forts too. Are they still there?
Please, I want to see that map, because if you
Yes.
say a lot, I can only imagine. I mean, maybe there's smaller ones. I can
Yes.
only imagine like the literal first district or whatever the Linienball would have been, but like
Okay.
smaller ones, I wouldn't even know, to be honest. Only like the Vienna Wall itself.
Let me go ahead and let me open that. Let me show you that, man. Yeah. Hold on. Where's this damn thing? Let me go. Matisse map. There we go. Okay. Okay. Coming up right here. Give me a second. Okay. 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 I think that's it. No, there it is. Okay, cool. All right, let me share this with you. Boom. Okay. I'm going to present that. Present. Boom. There we go. All right. So this is some maps in Vienna. This is the first picture that I took. Hold on. Does this look familiar?
Yes, well, here on this would be the main city wall, basically, on the left-hand side,
yes.
I believe.
If you look right here, look at that. This is the outside wall.
Yeah.
Next one. Here's more. Right there. And let's zoom in. Look familiar?
Yeah, so the only thing I'm not...
Fucking Merc.
Auf der Hohen Markt. That's interesting because it almost says Mark, but it should be marked like a market. But you know, these terms can also change over time. Hoher Markt.
St. Stephen.
Yes. So the only thing I'm not sure of, maybe I can tell more when you zoom out, is whether there are actually two star fort lines, because one is surrounding the first district.
Ah, see?
Yes. And maybe there's two actually.
Oh, one within a star fort, you mean?
Yeah, or like two layers, as you can see, like inner and outer triangles kind of thing. Yeah.
Yes, like right here. Wow. What's this say? The Bergmarts? Mats?
Burgplatz, the castle courtyard.
Or Platz. Okay. Sorry about that. I thought that was an M.
Yeah, it gets really tricky with these old documents. That's why they love, even though it's still Latin script, but even this gets changed around every few years to make sure, you know, in 50 years, it'll be hard to understand.
Now look at this. Does this look familiar, this building?
Giving me a geography lesson. This is Am Graben, as I can see here.
Okay.
Of course, I don't know which church is which one by heart. But
so there's St.
As a rule of thumb, there's like about 300 churches or something only in the first district of Vienna, officially, what they call churches today.
Okay, so I don't know if this one's still around. St. Stephen?
Yes, that's like the hallmark of Vienna, or the sightseeing destination number one.
And then I guess if you use this as a point of reference and then you come up around here, here's this building. Not saying that you have to know exactly what it is, but...
Oh, I'm sure designated it will be another church. God knows which one. There's so many. But definitely a church. And what you can also see is there's many dome churches in Vienna, or quite a few. Yeah?
Yes.
Which is also curious, of course, so-called churches.
And off dem Hof.
On the courtyard. Hof is
Okay.
like the courtyard.
Okay. And then it's got a fountain, looks like a couple of fountains and this big old, looks like a faggot right here. Not like cursing anybody out, people, but you know, the Roman bundles of sticks, guys, bundles of sticks.
Like fasces. That's interesting. I believe it's not technically a fasces because there's one or two similar one to those still standing in Vienna you can see today.
Right.
I don't believe there's fasces on those, but I'm sure you can find fasces elsewhere. So you can. But there's many of these monuments still are there, and much of the city actually is still intact because even with the Second World War, there was some destruction, but it may not have been as bad as in some certain other places.
Okay, this is something Platz, Arnhung, something Andhung. No, maybe not. I don't know. This glare is in the way. I can't see nothing. Something der Platz. And then it's got this thing sticking up and out of there. I don't know if this is still around, but oh, there we go. Something ball or no? Well, we can't see it.
This is Ballhausplatz.
Ballhausplatz. Okay.
This is traditionally the place or the building attached to it, or on that, how do you call it, square or however, where the president is working. So the president
it's
of
like
the Federal
okay.
Republic of Austria is working there. He's technically not as important as the president in the US, but he can still drive you crazy, like just like in the US.
Oh wow, wow! So this is like the White House area for you guys.
This is
This
basically kind of be the White House. We have a parliament, of course, also a Congress,
right?
But this would be the location of the White House where the president is working and has his
Wow.
offices. Yes.
Huh. Okay. Okay, man. I'm glad that you're here and you could a lot of this you can see. You can call out and you could see. I'm glad that you are.
What's also curious, maybe if you go on St. Stephen's Cathedral,
yeah,
just to let you know about it. This is one curious or fun thing right next to it. So basically now on the bottom left, you have some space. I believe that's where it is, but still basically next to the St. Stephen Church. So not really bottom left, but you can center on the St. Stephen's Church itself, top. Yes. And so you see some empty space around it. And the official story is only in the 1970s,
right.
they constructed a metro line, and then they said they found a church which was underground, and it has a huge Templar cross. And recently on one of these online groups where people are sharing photos about, old Vienna, nice photos, this and that, there was actually apparently a news report from, I don't know exactly now, but before 1950s, let's say, where supposedly they already had discovered something back then and only took like a photo and then buried it again or something. But the curious thing was though that on that pre-1950s photo, I believe like, I don't know, 20s, 30s, something like this, you could already see that Templar cross in the back, interestingly enough. Because of course I was always curious, because now you can basically just go to the metro station and it's like a museum attached. It was closed for like 10 years now, God knows why exactly, but you could kind of like look into the window and I could always see this huge Templar cross. And of course, with this history research, I'm wondering, well, how long is it there? 50 years, 100 years, whatever, for whatever documentation we may have. So now at least I know most likely it's not only been put there in 1990 or whatever when they opened it as a museum, but probably since whatever, 1900s or earlier or whatever. And there's also, I'll just briefly mention this because I spoke about this more on a recent show with Nachiketa. It's all on my channel. There is a place close to Vienna which is called Klosterneuburg, and there we have a huge underground access site, which is excavated privately. All the local government wants to do is find stupid reasons to bury it again. And I was there and I did the excursion with this guy, and he worked there for 30 years, privately excavating it, buying a second building so he can continue excavating. And they found several layers.
Wait. Yes. I'm sorry. Stop for a second. I'm going to have you rewind. Did you say that he bought a second building?
He bought the adjacent building because he noticed he wants to keep burying and burying. He wants to keep excavating,
Okay.
and he noticed that, well, of course, he's not allowed to excavate below someone else's building in terms of property rights. So he realized he needs to buy the adjacent plot, basically. So because he realized under his building is this underground entrance, he started excavating, and then he noticed, okay, I'm going to go beyond my plot limits here. So I'm going to
Oh,
buy the next guy's plot so I can continue the excavation.
okay. So then he was doing it privately. Did he use like heavy equipment, or was it like the old school style, like he was breaking out of
No,
prison?
pretty much. He says he did almost everything by himself or with a friend and used almost no power tools at all because it seemed that it was like filled up. And I heard a similar story about the Bosnian pyramids, filled up
Right.
with whatever, like rubble or something. And there's documentation which can or cannot be trusted about orders being given, seal off all the underground entrances and all of that. But also that's written in medieval Latin. God knows if we can trust that storyline. But what's clear is that there's many of these strange underground access sites or whatever, which simply have been filled up with rubble for some reason, where you actually
Yes.
can, just as a human with dedication, excavate a lot. And that's what he did.
Oh my gosh. So
But he
when
also brought many scientists and so on. So it's well documented now for 30 years or whatever, this site.
Wow. So, and you got to visit some of these places, yes?
Exactly. I went there. I spoke with the guy for like 4 hours. We had an excursion. He's doing that regularly now, but you have to imagine, and I'll try to keep it brief because again, it's on my
I
channel
got you.
anyways, or I'll explain as much as you want, but just to understand the
I don't want you to
craziness.
I don't want you to get yourself or anybody else in trouble.
Oh, no one's getting in trouble. So there is basically everyone already is in trouble because in this particular case, like I said, they already try every stupid reason. Right now, what they're saying is some kind of legal reason, so then they can claim, or regulation reason, so they can claim this new building he has or whatever, this access site should be classified as a new building or something like this. And then
Oh,
and then the type of entrance would be illegal, and the end result would be that the state gets the permission to bury everything again. That's basically all they're trying to do for years, it appears,
my.
which is insane. And then because he had all of these researchers there, and some of them managed through some, let's say, academic trickery to properly document things. But generally speaking, most of the things he found, some he calls Roman, which I don't believe in, but let's say a few hundred years ago.
Right.
Even he found apparently this like caustic, which is like the floor heating system or something like this, and they literally removed that. So that seems to be a real thing. But then even further below.
Now, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
Was the floor heating system, was it a geothermal type heating, or was it was just unconventional?
I think something with water, to be honest.
Okay. Go ahead.
I didn't
Keep
ask
going. I'm sorry.
in
I didn't
detail
mean.
about that. But anyways, there's even deeper layers lower where they say it's prehistoric. They say it's maybe about 8,000 years old, and you find things like something which looks like operating equipment for surgeries. And what's certainly strange, because I'm very wary on all these dating mechanisms and so on, even had a short discussion with the guy about it, although he agreed that carbon dating generally is not reliable.
Right. Yes.
They
I agree.
developed a different dating mechanism. I'm not sure if I can trust that different dating mechanism, but the overall point remains, which is the way they're honestly localizing it is in around a time frame about 8,000 years ago, which they would attach to something which would be called Danube civilization or Donautal civilization, Danube Valley civilization. But the thing is, any scientist who went there, did proper research and documentation and so on, either they got kicked out of academia, got their funding reduced and all of that, because there's an official or half official guideline from the European Union, which is if you want to apply for any research funds and you are even just thinking about labeling anything Danube civilization,
Oh my God.
goodbye and good night. You don't even have to start. And there is even one case of a guy who was a scientist and now is selling insurances or whatever. And there were like photos of him 20 years ago at that site doing excavations, diligently trying to bring something out. And just to give one example, because there's too many, there's particular magnetic sites there, which you can still sense. There is stuff like a bone, which is humanoid, but certainly not human. There's operating equipment with an alloy of 15% aluminium, which technically is something that we cannot even produce today, aside from the fact that
15%. What's it
yes,
mixed with? Like, what's the alloy?
I'm sorry, I don't have it on file. I just remembered that 15% is a density of aluminium alloy that we generally would not have, or are not even able to produce today. Aside from the fact that aluminium was only officially invented in 1850s, when everything was invented, right? And this certainly appears to be
Oh,
older, right? And there's even quite a few more artifacts, and just taken in totality, it's just clear that this is not, supported by the state at all. It's not exactly clear if all the remnants or all the documentation found is genuine, because the documentation was related to the local abbey, where the excavator then privately had good connections, and then they were able to basically look at these medieval Latin scriptures. But even here, I would say we don't know if they maybe were forged up 100 years ago. We cannot say. But what's clear is after the old abbot archivar died, the Vatican did another check, and then they were like, oh, okay, actually, please give all the documentation back. We don't want to be spreading it too far and wide.
oh
It
my
seems to
God.
have been some sort of a ritual site, but what's really, I'll say two more things and then I'm done.
Right.
One thing is with magnetics, so you can really go to certain corners there, and they say in the documentation, you put your arms there, and supposedly then an organ or something may start buzzing, and this would indicate that maybe you have some certain weakness there, or a different place where you can stand and you feel lighter. And supposedly this place was also used for conception and birth and bathing, at least for a certain period of time. And we had a
Oh,
woman stand in that corner, and she just said, yeah, I'm feeling lighter or whatever. So there is magnetic occurrences which we can verify today just by going there. And that's special because I don't need a $500,000 CT machine or whatever. If I
right.
can, just put the right rocks together in the right place, put my hand there, I think that's a
Oh,
healthier mechanism.
wow.
And then the
So,
kicker or the killer, and that's the maybe then the grandest thing, is at the entrance you have frescoes, so like images. And
right.
he's removed the rubble, and then he's putting on an UV light, so we could see maybe
Oh,
he improved, let's say, on maybe 5% of the fresco, but it was 95% already existing, and it really looks like medieval alchemist paintings, for lack of a better term.
right.
And you see individuals with strange, flasks and so on, but also you clearly see the subterranean entrance, and then some kind of an instrument, which is like a metal rod with a metal coil around it, quite big.
Is
And
it,
then the
so you
cross,
mean, is it like a caduceus?
maybe in a way, but maybe bigger. And it's not like decorated or anything, but it's literally like one metal rod in the center and like a metal spiral around it.
So, okay, so that represents like motion with a conductor inside of an electromagnetic coil, or actually like a coil. A
Yes.
coil with a conductor going through the center of a coil,
And then what you have,
inducing
this was
inducing
cross
go ahead.
this was cross-referenced with the scriptures, and sometimes also they literally could see something in the scriptures, which then they later confirmed it at the excavation, or they found something in the excavation and then they found a reference to it in the scriptures. So at least these things match.
Huh? Wait, you mean the
But
scriptures
anyway,
like the Bible?
no, but the medieval Latin scriptures, which were stored at the local abbey, which I mentioned before, which were now
Okay.
recently brought back to the Vatican, but for some point were accessible because this excavator had a good relationship with the abbey's archivar. And then the archivar always called him and said, look, the abbey isn't here. Come over. We're going to translate some more or look at more of the scripture, right? Which was referring to this underground access site, as I like to
Right.
call it. But now this metal thing. And they also found documentation on this. And then there's a room. If you put the UV light in front, it's pretty cool. There is some strange symbolism, which is like a Templar cross, some other thing, and something that may be like a portal. And then you go inside this room. It's like one more of these rooms. But according to the documentation, you have this metal rod thing. You have a particular sequence of 4 notes, which you have to play on that instrument. And then
What?
supposedly you should have the capacity to transport organic and inorganic material, not to say teleport, to the connected underground Earth access site. That in itself is just a crazy statement. However, the Nobel Physics laureate by the name of Zeilinger, he was one of the few guys who has a practical application for quantum physics with quantum cryptography. I guess this is mainly for banks and stuff, but he did successful quantum entanglement experiments. He attended one of those excursions, and when asked, he said, well, I can well imagine it, so you better be able to imagine it too. And the last thing here is that one of the richest guys in Austria, who is the co-owner of Red Bull, which I'm sure you're familiar with, Red Bull, 49% Austrian owned officially by a guy called Mateschitz, who recently died because he was old. But he had lots of land and access to many of these sites. And the speculation was that quartz veins could be between those sites. And because, I guess, projection and heuristics isn't enough for him, he literally, over hundreds of kilometers, because he had the money and the connection with the government, put it through that they were testing the ground every 50 meters between two of those sites, which go over kilometers, if not tens or hundreds of kilometers. And they could actually verify, yes, there is a solid, let's say, quartz vein going directly from this one underground access site to the other. And all I can think of is Ethernet, what we're using today. I mean, we're using light and so on, but also with crystals.
Right.
And
I'm
then,
thinking
people.
I'm thinking all that pressure, that's electricity being formed. All that pressure on those crystals, that's a piezoelectric effect.
Potentially, I cannot begin to speculate.
Pun intended.
Potentially,
but whatever.
Exactly what it then would be. But I mean, I could imagine something like this, and I don't know if it would make sense, to just put it there in the documentation and all the images to just to set up someone up or prank somebody,
Right,
if there was
or just
no
lead people in
reality
the wrong
basis to this
direction.
at all. Yeah, maybe. But even if there is no teleportation, although again, the quartz veins between two locations itself is very conspicuous enough, you have these magnetic sites, which again, everyone going there today, you can stand there, you can feel it. So it certainly is a special site, and it certainly has many layers. And because there is like a siphon between some of these areas, that's actually why certain areas didn't even properly get full of rubble or rubbish or whatever they did, but actually were saved because there was like water and depth in between them. So there seems even to be an area you can access now by like diving into one of these things and like diving down 10, 20 meters, and then you're in another area which is cleared, because whenever they pulled in their trash, it couldn't reach that kind of deep area. So also here it's unclear how much farther does it go and so on. But even just the fact that they found this humanoid bone, which nobody in Europe wanted to touch. They found a statuette that was matching, and the only university that gave them a proper analysis was the University of Kazan, the Russian University Kazan in, don't you say it, Tatarstan, present-day Tatarstan. And they were the ones that actually, gave them proper academic support and just gave them a proper assessment. Nobody isn't asking for favors or anything, right? But just give a real scientific assessment, an honest one. So it does exist, but apparently this has not been translated yet from Russian. But this is basically the proof of a humanoid, but not human bone, because it's too thick, it's too large, and stuff like that. And everyone's crazy about ancient aliens, but these kind of things, they get hidden. And the guy told me he's banned from doing advertisement. Can you think of this? He's banned from advertising because everyone else would just
worldwide banned or just a European ban?
Oh, that's a good question.
Oh,
that's a great question.
God.
But it's just insane, why would you ban that? Everyone else, for anything, whether they fake it up or not, can open a museum and run it officially, and he has to find all kinds of perfectly legal but still comparatively strenuous, you do it like through associations and so on, and through private excursions and all of that, but you can't just do a business, whereas everyone else would open a business for anything, or a museum, right? But he's not allowed to do that apparently, which is insane. And like I said, the government actively tries to bury the place again, which is completely crazy.
Kind of like they've done Göbekli Tepe as of recent. Oh my goodness. Oh my good. I did not know this much stuff was going on in Vienna, and it's still going on right now as we speak to this day, correct?
Yes, the excavation is ongoing, and also, I mean, it's unclear how many tunnels and so on are actually below Vienna itself, because this would be like next to Vienna, let's say. But as you know, there's so many places also in America where it's unclear, or even Paris, as you've shown, the catacombs. And then we think of one level, but God knows how many levels there really are in some places.
Yeah.
And also the question, of course, what is there and why were the entrances buried? It's an open question. What was the real reason?
Damn. Well, it's a godsend that this guy's over there doing these excavations. So I wonder, when does he maybe I shouldn't ask this question. Yeah, I'm not going to ask that question.
Just ask.
You sure?
First Amendment, whatever they say, which I'm not protected by. But
so does he have like a kill switch? If something were to happen to him, a lot of this information gets released to the public. A lot of this information gets released to somebody that's that he can trust.
Yes. No, it's not so bad, luckily. So the thing is, in certain ways, he cannot really, I guess, go on tour himself, even just for economic reasons, because he's even a biochemist himself or something like this, I guess, making good professional work and earning good money to be able to fund this, right? And have a family and everything. I mean, it's insane, right?
Right.
But aside from that, I don't think there is like this type of a threat situation. It has been documented in several books, although even here, also with some academic support, even from one guy from Austria. I just mentioned it in the chat, Dr. Kusch. So it is documented. But even here, you have two editions of the book. One is the public edition, and you apparently can buy an edition at the excursion with like 50 extra pages or something, which were pages that someone didn't want to have put in the public edition, right? Stuff like this, which is it's just ridiculous. And whatever there is exactly, but it just shows us, honest people interested in things. There's too many factors which should just be, properly investigated, nothing else.
Right.
But then having all these power groups, whether the church, quote unquote, the government, or whoever else, people,
it's so,
you know what, to stop it instead of saying, oh, here, have 10 millions, please.
Yes.
Let's find out more about
them
the history,
scramble.
Right?
Is like all you could do is sit back and just look at them scramble trying to hide it, and you like, look at you guys are so fucking eager to hide this stuff. Like, what's wrong? What is it? What's really going on? So then what does it do to the public when they see the government acting like this?
Well, the joke is, I guess those individuals that know about it and have access to it would be more those that are, open-minded and so on. And for them, it's more like, yeah, sure, the government is hiding. I mean, one story I told Nachiketa, because we were, of course, chatting amongst the group during the excursion or afterwards. And one guy said, oh, if I only had known about this stuff and all of this, because years back, I was working as an electrical engineer in Vienna, and I had access at certain keys or something. And he said that the lowest level that he got to was level minus 33. Yeah. So over 30 levels down. And he said he had to walk like over half an hour just the stairs down. Yeah. So
what?
So it's, yeah. And people don't, really know about this or consider it.
I can't believe it goes down that far down. It goes down that far deep.
And that's what a civilian had access to. I mean, you've heard about all the dumps and so on, of course, right? And I'm sure half of it may be junk conspiracy, half of it I'm sure is real with the underground military bases and so on.
Oh, yes. And then the tunneling systems and everything. Right.
There's something to it for sure. And all I want to know now is how high do you have to be in the Illuminati, to say the term, to have access to the underground maglev system? And then how high do you have to be to have access, if they will manage to salvage or reactivate it, to whatever quartz teleportation system they may or may not have, you know?
Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. That's wild because we've been working, well, I say we, I'm talking about the government. The US government has been working. It's funny, they've been working on a highway from the US to Haiti. Do you know where Haiti is?
Well, I think it's also Mandela effect changed recently, but kinda, yeah, I think.
Yeah. So Haiti's in the West Indies. It's in the Caribbean. So you can imagine where Cuba is. I think to the east is Haiti of Cuba, something like that. That's how it's positioned. Anyway,
Uh-huh.
so the US managed to make a highway from, it's like an underground tunnel. It's like the Holland Tunnel from Miami to Haiti. Quiet outburst. You know what? That is a good question. I'm thinking it can be for anything to bring goods like metals, I think it's rhodium. No, uridium is the one that Haiti has a lot of. It's a whole mountain full of uridium that they take from Haiti. It's one of those rare earth minerals take from Haiti, and then they bring back to the US, and then they use it for whatever, right? Whatever they use uridium for. Haiti's got so many rare earth metals. Goods, whatever those goods are. I don't know if it's yeah, they're eating all the cats, right? Also, children. It's a good place to ship humans and traffic people. So Haiti is like the Wild West, and I hold it near and dear to my heart. I'm Haitian. My parents are from Haiti, so yeah, the U.S. is taking advantage of that country like they own it, right? Like it's the devil's playground, Haiti. But yeah, this is something that the public isn't privy to, and this was something that like not too many people know about. They've got a tunneled from Miami to Haiti. And if they could do that from Miami to Haiti, imagine what else they have.
And again, that's public access.
The public barely knows about it. Barely.
Ah, okay. But it's not, I cannot drive my car there now. So
No,
it's only
oh,
for.
no, 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 no,
Oh,
no, no.
okay.
It's not like you bring your
Okay.
easy pass
Okay.
and then you go to Haiti and then you end up getting some chicken and rice and then you come back. No. Yeah, and the
All
Clinton,
right, I see. Yes.
yeah, the Clinton crime family is deep in Haiti. Dr. Bass, what's happening, family? It's good to see you. Quiet outburst. It's good to see you too, fam. What's going on, Mr. Skeptic 936? I love that number. Good to see you. Good to see you. Quiet outburst, of course. Truth Trollette. Trollette kind of sound like Smurfette from the Smurfs. It's good to see you. Carrie Skates, what's going on with you? Good to have you. Good to have you. Good to have you. And Jim Anus is good. Good to see you in the house, Mr. Anus. Anytime I say that, I gotta shake my head, man. Jim Anus in the place to be. Get your anus over here. Donald Pasick, it's good to see you, man. It's always a pleasure. Elites enjoying true flat earth reality on super yachts with supermodels, while most suffer in their false space globe reality. Which, this is something that I've spoken about. Seeing Elon Musk take the reins of the government, and he's going to steer a lot of those resources that are going to be leaving many of these government institutions that he's going to tailor, or not tailor, but he's going to streamline, and he's going to find a way to get these resources into his pocket. Elon Musk, the liar that claims that he's going to Mars, the liar that claims that there's a car out there in space driving itself over from Earth to Mars with Earth in the background. Him. So they've entrusted Elon Musk to do all these things. Meanwhile, the Earth is flat. How do we get to these places? There's no access to any of these places. The Earth's totally flat. And this dude is just adding lie on top of lie on top of lie. And these idiots on the street out there just believe all the bull crap that he does. They just believe it. and they go along to get along, watch their football and their sports, and then they just feed into this idiot machine. And so people like us that are looking for the truth, we're doing our best to just dig up the truth, pun intended. And we're being stopped at every turn. And we elect people, and we end up putting people like Elon Musk in that have the keys to the access of everything. And then we just give these guys basically, with Elon Musk in the White House, they have given this country and this lying government like a life extension of their lies. So Elon Musk could better cover up the lies. You understand what it is I'm saying, 26?
Space Force. Space
Yes,
Force.
exactly. Space Force, Elon Musk and his lies. Oh, we're gonna abolish NASA. They've been hiding stuff, but SpaceX definitely won't. Really?
Yeah, of course. It's completely ridiculous, of course.
Yeah.
And it's just, I mean, I've seen you talk about the basic of the political fake divide before, and Musk is just another one of these stories, like Zuckerberg, like Trump, like all of those people that are made out to be geniuses. And what did they really do? Get born into a particular family, and
Yes.
the other things I can only speculate. And then again, what are they doing? He's slandering a potentially interesting name, which is Tesla. And what else? Yeah.
Yep. That's a really good point. I didn't even consider that. But think of all the good things Nikola Tesla brought to the society that wasn't even ready for it. He's like, hey, look, I made a remote control submarine. They're like, I just need a plow. I just need somebody to help plow this field. What the hell am I going to do it? Hey, I just made a TV set or some remote control stuff. People are like, dude, I just need somebody to fix my grandfather clock. That's all I want, baby. That's all I want. Somebody to tune this piano. I don't know what the hell I'm going to do with that. But with all that information, it's funny that you even mention that, because Elon Musk is going to, you're right, man. He's going to tarnish his name. Wow, I didn't even consider that.
I mean, even here, I have to say, I'm not even sure if the story of Tesla is correct. God knows. This could also just be repackaged old world information. I don't know anyone who met him or whatever or anything like that. God knows. But even just the associations people have with it, electricity over distance, self-driving car made of hemp or whatever else crazy things he did. And I'm sure many more interesting things, death ray even, if you want.
Earthquakes, death rays, shaking
but-
people to where they piss. Yeah, he was good friends
weather
with
weather weapons, and these
Yeah.
would all be things that people otherwise would associate today with the name Tesla and maybe start thinking about. But now when you say it, people think of Dogecoin. Congratulations.
Exactly. Things that
Psyop
it
successful.
almost seems as if it's like a big sarcasm to Elon Musk, like a big joke. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm looking at him and I'm like,
Dark
is this guy
matter.
for real? Like, I'm like, is he for real? It's like he's taking all this stuff and turning it into some kind of sick joke. He's like a big child with access to everything. You understand what I'm saying? And I don't know whether to take it or him seriously.
Well, I'm at the stance by now that I do believe that 95% of top level politicians, economical industrialists, and so on, in the end are actors, especially if they are visible to the public.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just meaning that he has some money and all that and some access or whatever, but he definitely doesn't have the access and so on that he's portrayed to. This is the old idea of the class out of sight, top out of sight. I once read this in the socioeconomics book, but I think it's basic psychology. If you really got the goods or whatever, do you want anyone to know about it?
That's true.
You hire someone to manage your brand, just like you hire someone to play Putin for 10 years and then someone else just to keep the brand, or Biden or whatever.
Wow.
With some guys, it's really, I would have hard to imagine that this is only cosmetic surgery because they look so different, but you just need to manage a brand. And I'd rather do that as an industrialist than put my own face there, unless I have such a grand ego, but then I'm probably not that high up the ladder anyways.
Yes.
With this particular behavior, because that's not safe, right?
Right.
Basics, right?
Holy moly, that's true. That is true. So we have somebody to attack, somebody to blame. And those guys could be like, well, thank God we're not up there getting attacked. And it's them.
If it even if that ever were to happen, yes, but that doesn't even happen because apparently many people are so peaceful. So even that you have to stage, you know?
Yes. Yep. Yeah. To kind of relieve some pressure. So you have to do something like close to a January 6th for other people that might have had that notion to be like, yeah, not gonna do that. I see these guys like, oh hell no, they had that thing figured out. Like, damn, it kind of crossed my mind. Guess I ain't gonna go storm the White House at all. Good thing they did it, so I didn't have to. So yeah, so I could see people doing something like that, staging things like this, so then it can get it out of people's system. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh my God.
Well, no,
What?
what I mean with the J6, I think from the little I understand, it's quite clear the place was swarming with alphabet soup individuals and 100 different very strange things going on.
Right.
And with the Trump stage, I mean, there's a reason he was a WWE actor or whatever. I mean, I
Yep.
don't buy any of it, right? But still, it makes sense, you know, create a big event. And now he's Jesus, right? Or whatever. And
Yeah. Fake getting your ear blown off.
yeah, and not to say even, yeah, I don't even want to say something like this about anyone, but these two guys we were just talking about, for me at least, they're on the top probability level. If anyone is crazy enough to keep playing this, whatever, third temple antichrist scenario, whatever it is, I could well imagine those guys actually kind of being part of it, because what they talk about, I don't believe it's a real prophecy, by the way, but it's like a story that's a pattern, or that some people are crazy that they want to role play it, and who could bring a great fake peace, and then everything goes completely crazy. Who, if not the peace president, you know?
Man, it is going to be I feel it, man. Like something crazy is going to go down. And I think it's going to be crazy, but it's going to be fake. And a lot of people ain't going to fall for it. But there's going to be so much pandemonium from fools that don't know any better. Like, oh my goodness, aliens, look, aliens. And you're like, oh, this is the thing
Well,
that they
then,
said that they were going to fake. Okay. Like, look,
how would you call it?
holograms.
Resilience check, or I'm not sure how exactly. How long did it take you from the announcement on the 20th of March, or I think it was the 19th of March, you know, 19 is one of these codings, in 2020, when the worldwide lockdown was announced, more or less? How long
Oh,
did
yeah.
it take you to understand that there was something
Oh, yeah.
fake about
It
this?
took me 10 seconds. I was like,
Yeah.
that don't seem right. I said, wait a minute. I said, no, it don't seem right. I knew something was wrong. And I was like, I'm not going to listen to that, man. I'm going to do my own thing. And then when they were like, no, you got to stay in your house, it's like, it's real bad. I was like, this don't seem right. But then I would see people out on the street working on these street lights. And I'm like, what's going? I said, why you out here? And then, you know, I think about it and I'm like, I've never seen people work on street lights before. I was like, I've been on this earth at the time. It was like 41 years. I was like, I've been on this earth for like 41 years. I've never not one time seen somebody work on a street light. Now they working on street lights? Really? It don't make no sense. Now y'all working on street lights? I'm like, something ain't right. And then to see the street lights turn color. I don't know if that happens in Europe, but I know here in America, all from East Coast to West Coast, we have different color street lights. Do you have it in Europe now too? The purple street lights?
Oh, a purple I haven't seen yet. Only the change from like warmer light to brighter ones, maybe halogen, and then recently LEDs more, but
Bro,
I
they
don't know
have
about
these
purple.
they have like ultraviolet street lights now.
What? Black light?
Yes, it's like a black light. I crap you not, man. Ask
I mean,
anybody
that's
in the
cool for
States
a
in this
festival, but
chat.
what's the practical advantage of having that?
I don't know. And here's the thing, I did a video on it, and it's a company, and that's the thing. That's what I thought. I thought it was a light that could check to see if you had gotten the cocoa or not. The cocoa. You know what I'm talking? I was like, it's based off of the timing. I'm like, this is weird for these lights to come up. But there's a company called Duke Electric. Duke Electric was selling at like, I think around $50 to $60 a share, right? And I did a video on it. And then it was during the pandemic, their stock rose tremendously. And then it was like when the pandemic started to get really hot, and then they started doing the street lights, and they started putting street lights everywhere. Their stock went from $60 to like $90 to like $120 a share. And I'm like, this don't look right at all. And then I'm like, yo, since when is it that you make a mistake and then you get people now want to buy your stock even more? Typically, when you make a mistake and people said, hey, my street lights are changing colors. You know what Duke Electric said? Duke Electric came out in public and said, yeah, we made a mistake. We put the wrong lights in. And for whatever reason, it's something along these lines. Exactly. They came up with a bunch of reasons. One of the reasons was we put the wrong lights in. Another reason was,
welcome to government contracts. You fail, you're ineffective, and you can pay lots of bribes. Well, you get more.
Yeah. Oh, we put the wrong lights in, our bad. But if you report that your lights change color, let us know. We'll change it out. It's one thing they said. Another thing they said, oh, actually, what it does is it saves you energy. It saves you power. It saves you this. It saves you that. And then I'm like, it's better for you for these colors. I was like, saves you energy? I was like, wait a minute. How? That's a shorter wavelength. I was like, if you wanted to save energy and you wanted to transmit light, something that could be seen far away, you'd give it a warmer color. You'd give it a lower color. You'd make it orange. You'd make it red. That's why there's a color spectrum there. The wavelengths are a lot longer. You understand what it is I'm saying? So these things could be seen at a further distance, and these things could transmit a little bit further than your white lights or your blue lights. It doesn't make any sense. And then I looked it up. Blue light eats a little bit more power. It uses a little bit more energy than red light does, naturally, because that's a smaller, it's a lower wavelength.
Okay, that's crazy because I didn't want to embarrass myself with my failure at basic optics and electronics. I just pulled up this picture, visible light spectrum. And here, because I somehow imagined it in reverse, that the red light actually has a longer wavelength.
Yes,
than the
it's got a longer wave. Yes.
All right, because then it makes sense, because generally speaking, also with electricity overall, shorter wavelength would mean I need more energy, more power, right?
Exactly.
And that's also why 4G, 5G needs progressively more power and more towers as well.
Exactly. More power, because it's going to get attenuated faster by the atmosphere, by the ether, whatever this thing is propagating through, whatever the medium, it gets attenuated faster because the wavelengths are shorter and it's a higher frequency. It transmits at a higher frequency. So I'm sitting there, I'm like, that don't make no sense. Why they lying to my face? I was like, and I'm not that smart. So you just sat here and lied to me. Plus, y'all are getting paid. I said, nah, man, there's something going on here. What's going on, family? What's going on, bro?
Hey, what's happening now? How y'all doing?
Good, man. I'm good. New Coalition, what's good, man? Meet Raphael. He's in Vienna right now.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
Photocatalyst, man.
Yeah.
Photocatalyst. Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah. Bioluminescent photoproteins are highly reactive to it. Yeah. SM102, which I'm not going to get into a lot of the coding about the actual biologics of it.
Right.
But we all know it's not good. Now, what it can actually do, I don't know. But it's kind of weird.
It's really weird. Because, listen, I used to live in Whidbey Island. That's in Washington State. That's on the other side of this country, right? You've got these purple lights all the way from East Coast to West Coast. Duke Electrics is in North Carolina. They are based in North Carolina. This is a nationwide problem.
You know what that could be? Making us look at the focus of the biological anatomy part, when it could be, if they're spread out that much and ultraviolet is a photocatalyst, it could be from something aerosol that's energizing it.
It might be, yes.
Just saying. You never can tell. Because they all sleight of hand. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So give us a topic, make us focus on that, just like EMF. You know, why do they? Let me ask you a question. This is so awesome that this is coming up right now, Iron, because you're going to see my point. I know you will. What is the one thing about EMF we're told to do?
Shielding.
That's it. Why is that?
To keep from the EMF actually damaging our organs, or
Okay.
yeah.
So check this out. I listened to a lecture from the dangerous high levels, right? And what I found out was when you put shielding up, there's two parts to the wave. When you block the EMF, the sound, the resonance, the vibration increases. And we all know what tuning forks can do.
Right.
Okay,
They
so if
they
you got
they
a
they they, they
microparticle,
resonate with each other.
right? So iron oxide, go look at the foods. It gets deep. I've got personal videos. I got a 2500X OMAX microscope with a
Right.
4 objective and a collapsible stage on it. Maybe one night we can just kind of get off into looking into something kind of cool. Maybe I'll come on and I'll put it up on the TV and we'll
Right.
just see what's in like a Cheerios, kind of cup of Cheerios.
Right.
And then I get a neodymium magnet with a wooden spoon in like a soda bottle, 2 liter, with cold water. And then I grind it up and I put it down into the cold water, stir
Right.
it up and put the neodymium magnet on the side and do just in 1 cup. What you will see, iron, dude, it's like you can flip the polarity and they self-assemble on top of one another.
What?
I'm not even kidding. Dude, I've had videos in my USB go gray with a question mark on them on my USB.
Huh?
Yes. And my personal USB, my little chip.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, that can't be accessed. That's supposed to be untouchable.
It's separate, right? Because
Yes. I've got
it's
files that's all in my microscopy folders. I picked up microscopy, not electron microscopy, just stuff that we can really prove, like 4 years ago, and started looking into the waters and all these different things. And yeah, so there's some nuances there when it comes to certain even labels of waters you can look out for, because look, if you have 10 different product line, there's going to be at least 4 to 6 maybe that may not be good, but then there's going to be those 3 that are probably have technology, maybe could be. Now, not that we're susceptible to it, iron, bro. I don't believe that. I don't believe our bodies are resilient. We're electrical beings, but the average American is on like 12 prescriptions, dude. So that's where the insertion points comes. That's where it comes in at.
it's funny. It's true though. It's wild, man.
That's how it gets in.
Like they throw mad these, and then these prescriptions have all kinds of just crazy metals in them, man.
Yes.
So what's usually overlooked in health is simply the electricity aspect.
Oh, definitely. Dude, I'm doing some research on biofield right now. I'm gonna send you some stuff that I'm learning. Ironwork, I think that you would really, really like find it intriguing, dude. I know you'll like figure it out. I'm figuring this stuff out. I'm with y'all on this. What y'all talking about right now is one of the most intriguing topics, because it you know what this is connected to? The unified expression. Everything is, dude. Even the stuff in the background right there, bro. It's awesome. It's awesome. And we're figuring it out, dude. And it's channels like you and channels like Dave Weiss and, all the people from Earth Awakenings, Ether Cosmology. So I just want to give you a special shout out, dude. I found you through going over to Sav's place and putting out real content, real expression, real feelings, real emotion, and that's what we need, man. We need more of this, really. Yep.
So, all right. So about this iron again, right?
Yeah.
So you're saying that, and here's one thing I'm noticing. And Donald Piasek, I see you. Shout out to you, bro, and thank you. Look up Aman Jabi. He will tell you about the lights and other stuff. Okay, y'all see that right there.
Right.
Aman Jabi. Y'all look that up. Hopefully YouTube don't strike my channel down.
I got you.
Aman Jabi. Okay, I wrote that down. And then I'm going to check him out here later on. And then he talks about those lights. Okay.
Right.
So, yes. So it's funny because about this iron, they're starting to say that we need more iron in the food. We need more iron in the food. And I'm like, I'm not anemic though. What do I need more iron for? Like I eat plenty of greens. I eat leafy greens. I eat like 2 salads a day sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Like, what they talking about?
That's ferrum 2, though. Okay. Ferrum 2 is what's a natural source of iron at
Okay.
but this is black oxide. This is something totally different. This is
Oh,
not
it's
even
not what's broken down inside the food.
No.
It's like an outside
it's
shaving,
from
iron shaving.
That's it. Yes. And it's put in not just to get us sick. It's a double whammy. They don't have to make as much flour because of weight. Is
But
excuse.
don't get me wrong, isn't this an old thing even?
Oh,
Like
yes,
additives
this
and
goes back
Kellogg's and
to
stuff? I mean, part of it at least, yeah.
to
Not
the
to downgrade what you're saying, but everyone
Aura
should have used a
fellas.
magnet
Y'all
on their
remember the
flakes a
Aura
long time
fellas?
ago.
The who?
The Aura fellas.
Oh, okay.
The Aura fellas. So I'm trying to talk some code. But yes, he said that we'll humanity with nanoparticles. Yes. I'm gonna find it.
That's
It's in a
right.
paper. Yeah,
Dude.
it says actually his voice too saying it.
You
They
want to
got a
know
recording
something?
of it.
You want to know something? When I saw that Iron Man movie where
Okay.
it was like where they had the nano suit and all that, I was looking at it, I was like, I bet you they got that already. I looked at it and it came out in like 2012, 20. I said, they got that. I said they put
Self-assembly.
I was like, yeah, I said they doing something. I don't know how, I don't know where. I was like, but this is out on the street somewhere. It's gotta be.
I gotta ask you a question. Listen to this. Think about this one. This is like using Occam's razor. I just learned what Occam's razor is, right? Most reasonable explanation without adding to the theory. Now think about this. Can we make a needle tiny enough to put a whole grid of something on a chip? Or did they really find some type of field of energy that can reduce matter? Because some of these chips, I know they put it through liquid plate emulsions and they can cause these reactions to do this. But even to know what the systematic circuitry of all that means is beyond us anyway. But the whole fact of the matter, I've seen these microchips though, Iron, and it's like, there's no way. There's no way. There's no way. There's no
Bro,
way.
they put them, it's like they put them on a needle, on the head of a needle. I don't know how the hell they do it. And I'm like, they're like, oh, we can put these in cells now. And I'm like, huh?
Yeah. And then the actual compartments, if you compare it to a regular one, it looks just like it, but smaller. So I'm just saying, they've been fooling with energy, frequency, vibration ever since Nikola Tesla and before. So I don't know, but it's assumed thought that they probably can do something, but I don't know. As of reducing matter, I don't know. It's a pretty weird kind of idea. But anyway, I don't know if that's off topic. They've got a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, because we were talking about the old world, which 26, Raphael, I got a question for you. You see that in the background right there where it says Bergthor?
Yes.
What does that mean? Because Dojo and I were talking about that. I was like, look at that Bergthor. I was like, that's a pretty interesting one. And what Dojo said was, well, who's Thor? I was like, well, the god of thunder, the god of lightning, whatever. And he's like, maybe this is a point of energy. Don't know. It was interesting though.
It's kind of funny, and it's part of these things where they change the spelling every few decades. So now, because I'm native Austrian, I can tell you most likely this refers to Burg Tor, which sounds the same, but Tor as in door. This is simply the castle gate, basically.
Oh, okay. I see where it splits to, and then it's an entrance to the city.
Oh, what I want to say, and what I always found, I mean, it's really appealing if you go through these kind of streets. But what I also always found suspicious, both in the ornamentation, certain ornamentation and certain art styles officially associated with, I guess, about 1900 and a bit earlier or around that time. But even just supposedly, let's say, quote unquote, imperial style gardens, even if you look at them from maps or something, it often looks like magnetic patterns, basically. Also much of, as I would say, like old world pattern inspired decoration, even on cutlery or whatever. And when I look at it, I'm like, it looks like magnetic patterns. And often it's made like as flowers or something, but still the way it's shaped and so on.
Oh, you're talking about like a toroidal,
Yeah.
A toroid.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the whole structure is functional. You can believe that. You're right. I think you're onto something, because you can look at these different structures in New York right now that, and they look, the most weirdest thing is they try to hide these structures of iron with just these modern, just like low end buildings. And they
Right.
stick out now
Put
like a
a
sore
bank
thumb.
in it.
It's crazy. And so these structures actually are functional. Like the organs inside are inside the wall cavity, and it resonates
Yes.
with the structure, dude. I think they produced energy actually. Yep.
Man, this place just keeps getting funkier and
Yeah.
funkier to where, you know what it is? This is what it is. It
Yes.
it seems weird, but then it makes sense. I
That's
don't know
right.
how to make that
I get
make sense, but it's
right. I
like,
get it.
oh,
Truth
it's like
speak.
it doesn't
Yeah,
make any sense, but you're like,
it
they
does.
found a way to
Let me
use nature
That's
tell you
right.
something halfway secret before I
Huh.
forget.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
So,
Tell us.
so a dear friend researcher of mine was at a conference recently, and they had some private demonstrations.
Hmm.
Because my current working thesis would have been, okay, you have these so-called churches. They are, of course, with the organs, frequency healing, and so on.
Right.
You have quartz in the stone, magnetic. There's can be 100 things, even though it may well be that many of the stories for modern Gothic churches got added on later. There's a whole conspiracy about that, and the decorations, of course. But
Right.
what you have usually is you have water down below, the so-called cisterns, right?
Yes. Keep
Yes.
going.
And
Keep going. I want to add on to that. Go ahead.
what my friend saw at the conference, he got the live demonstration, and the guy, when you meet someone, you can kind of tell is someone legit or, making something
Right.
up.
Right.
And he showed apparently them. I'm not sure if he saw that demonstration, but a different one he saw, and this one maybe also, where basically what you do, you have a tungsten. It's called tungsten, right? Wolfram.
Yeah.
in German.
The
Strongest man.
symbol is W.
Yeah,
They got tungsten
but
inside light bulbs. Yeah.
you have a tip of tungsten, and maybe there's some other metal attached to it or something, but it's not much more, and that's only a catalyst. And basically it just puts that into water,
Mhm.
and then the water starts heating up like crazy. And the guy
What?
himself could only do that for maximum 8 minutes, because then the water would have gotten too hot. Because otherwise I would have said, no, you talked about energy. And then I would say, from everything I learned from David Ewing Jr. and all the research I did, my best bet would have been something along the lines of, for lack of a better term, low voltage nuclear power plant type. Simply, what I mean by that is simply using water as energy, yeah, or
Vibratory.
using water somehow to create energy. And if
Okay.
that is true, that right now a civilian in Europe can use some kind of metal and make water heat up like crazy, by some reaction or something, I guess, which then maybe makes the water give off the energy. But from what I understand, it requires no very fancy machinery or anything like that. I'll have to ask my friend again, and I can tell you the experiment in a bit more detail. But if that is possible, then we can imagine how you could have a water turbine or whatever it would look like then. God knows how
Right.
it's transferred, right?
So I know in circuits they have like bimetallics that you could put these two metals together, and then they serve as like a fuse. As soon as the system reaches a certain heat, right, they separate, and then your circuit shuts off until it cools off, and then they reconnect. I forget the name. It's like a bimetal. And so the symbol is like a C, a backward C, a C, and a backward C. I'll find it.
You're thinking of the method to doing it is what you're looking
No,
for?
no, not the method, but
Okay.
so I'm wondering about these two metals
Okay.
that maybe they connect, maybe they touch each other, and then they heat up in the water. Is that what happens, Raphael?
From what I understand, there's not actually any other metal added into the water.
Okay.
From what I understood, the only connectivity to any metal is this like tungsten tip.
It's just a tungsten. Okay. I
And
thought you
maybe
said
there
it
is
was
some
Look,
other configuration which I now don't have on
amalgamation.
file, but I'll
right.
ask my friend again next time
Yeah.
to tell me in more detail the steps or everything that he remembered, right? But basically all I'm talking about is if there really is a low-tech, let's say, version to heat
Right.
water or to have water release its energy, then
Right.
I can easily imagine all kind of power plants on all kinds of tech levels, because that's would not be too hard to do, right? So
Whoa. If you take water's frequency and then you add another vibration to it, and then a conductor that has a certain frequency. Whoa, that's probably. I'm just now. That's an assumption, so I don't know, but that
Well,
seems
I
right.
know. Well, water's just always strange, man.
Yeah,
Anytime, like, and the reason I'm saying that is just water, and this is why I'm saying this. So a couple
yeah,
of weeks ago on the show, we were talking about dowsing, right? And
yeah,
guys that look for water, remember back in the day, you'd
yeah,
be
yeah, yeah.
watching Looney Tunes, guys
Yes.
would walk around. Yeah. You had the dowsing rods that was like the U
Yeah.
stick, and
Right,
then they'd
right,
walk around and then that thing would point down.
right,
It's
right.
like, yo, there is some kind of electromagnetic function of water to where it makes these things happen, whether it's a metal dowsing rod or the wooden one, right? To where it's
Right,
attracted to the water. Now, you have to imagine the water just doesn't sit there,
right,
right? There's a possibility that this water is moving underground. It's not just like a pool of water just somewhere. It's
right,
actually moving. So while it's moving, it's probably generating some kind of like flux,
right.
electromagnetic flux
Yeah,
around it.
yeah,
So
definitely.
so if we were to imagine like a
Hmm.
vein of fluid, right? So let's say this fluid is water, obviously, and it's underground. Maybe while it's rubbing against these minerals that are down there or whatever it is, it's generating some kind of EMF or electromagnetic
Right,
flux at the same
yeah,
time.
definitely.
It's crazy because now it's
Alchemy.
funny that you see a lot of these cathedrals, right?
Yeah,
You see a lot of these things where they're sitting right next to the water. So I'm wondering if even below these cathedrals, these old cathedrals, there's a certain volume of water that runs either parallel to them or underneath them or something. It runs
right,
around them because even if you look at Notre Dame, Notre
right.
Dame sits inside the Seine River, right? And Notre Dame, the Seine is already running. More than like that water just doesn't sit there. That water actually moves.
Right,
So I'm wondering if Notre
right,
Dame was like a powerhouse. It was an electrical powerhouse, more than likely.
right. Mm-mm-mm. It's
Man,
pretty amazing.
this stuff just gets weirder and weirder. But I think I know we're brainstorming, but I'm starting to wonder if we're getting anywhere. Like I feel like we are. I don't want to say that we are, and then it's like we've got a bunch of puzzle pieces and we don't know what the final outcome is supposed to look like. But at least we've got puzzle pieces. Now, my question is like, what do we do with them? Right? How do we arrange these puzzle pieces so we can finally get some kind of outcome to for something to make sense? Because I wonder, is there something that we're missing? Or are we looking at certain things incorrectly? And
Mm,
if that's the case, what do we need to discard, or how do we look at things different in order to get a different outcome?
right, right, right. Yeah, and see, those are the type of questions that gets answers. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's called using logic, thinking logically, contemplating the collective, coming up with maybe some type of assumption. But if more than one person can assume the same thing, honestly, then you probably we should look at it. Wouldn't you say, though, Iron?
About
Like just about like you come up with like so if you start looking at these, let me give you for instance. I saw one of these cathedrals.
right?
If I'm not mistaken, it may be in Houston or New York. Okay. And the one in New York looks like it's not a problem, but they were reconstructing the back of it. But if you blow the image up closer, it looks like they turned the building on and melted it. You can't miss it. I was looking at it and I was like, what is wrong with this picture? I couldn't figure it out. I stared at it for 3 days. I would go back to it, Iron, and I looked at it. I was like, wait, the front was like bricks were smooth and it was just pristine. And then you get to the back and it looked like it was like it had been boiling or something. It was, and then I had to go, wait, whoa, it hit me. So I'm going to see if I can find that picture and drop it to you at some point, or maybe give it
Yeah.
to you next time. But you can clearly see and that's where we are. We're asking questions. You can see that it looks like they turned that building on and the back melted. I'm not even kidding. When you
Oh,
see it, I'm
it
like,
was like a
what?
power surge, maybe.
And just like, just just superheated the whole structure. I think the structures itself had certain types of components within the mortar and the bricks were highly conductive. I think all of it was.
It's
I think they were
quartz
super
in the
intelligent.
brick.
It's
Yeah.
quartz in the brick.
What? Oh,
I mean, maybe I'm making this up now, but I'm pretty sure many of these materials are
think
like composite, which have
gypsum with
electrostatic properties as well.
they had gypsum quartz in the pyramids. They found gypsum quartz, and they found an element of two components that they can't even get the reaction to happen in a lab frame.
Huh?
Yes, in the gypsum, they can't even reproduce it, dude.
And then just
According to
before I
the
forget it, in terms of
truth.
artifacts. So
Yes.
in this excavation I mentioned earlier, they found a certain black stone, maybe not in this excavation, but a similar one, or it was that one, a black stone that changed color in the light, and no one can understand what element it is or whatever. There was even some documentation about it where they said, yeah, hide the stone, you know, put it.
And it
Of
wasn't
course.
like
the rubble.
an obsidian or anything, right?
No, nothing known. Nothing known.
I got you. That's amazing.
And then you spoke about energy. It'll come back to me in a second.
Okay.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Right. So in terms of laser, in this case, it may not have been a power plant accident, but there is, from what I understand, several caverns in Austria, even just where you have the, how would you call it, the hallway ceiling or whatever, or the thing that goes around, right? And it's done so perfectly. It's like laser exact.
Right.
They also currently dated 2000s of years old. But then even present-day engineers, when looking at it, they're saying like it also looks, I think there's also some kind of molten effect. That's why I now thought of it on the surface. But also they say it's made in such an exact fashion, even engineers today would have trouble recreating something like that.
Yes.
And these are, again, strange underground caverns, which are supposedly thousands of years old. So at least some of them seem to be really, how should I say, done with technology that even today would be hard to recreate. Not all of them, of course, but those exist as well, and not only in one place.
So all right, it's funny that you make that point, because even though there's that claim, right, that we hear all the time, we can't make it again, we can't do it again, but then you have these not companies, but you have these I don't know what, these groups, these clubs, Freemasons, right? At first, what were we told about Freemasons? We were told these are guys that went around building these castles, building these ancient structures, and they had the secrets behind how to build them. What if they didn't build anything? What if they didn't build nothing?
That's where it all came from.
Right. What if they didn't build nothing, and all they knew was what was here, and they were like, "Oh,
came from the Freemasonry." Get it?
Yeah, exactly. We got all this for free. We didn't have to do nothing.
Yes.
So what if they didn't build none of it? They didn't build none of it. They stumbled upon it.
They didn't put them cornerstones in. I believe.
No, hell no. They don't even know.
Right.
Like, but they know that they were here, and possibly they may know of their original use. This is why those Masons are familiar with. Yes, there's something that helped create this place that we're very familiar with, and as above, so below. We know that, and we know certain other things that maybe you guys don't, and maybe they see things through a different lens, to where they understand the earth and this world as it truly is, and they let us do our little squabbling and our little, mess around, and they're like, yeah, they're not even close, we're good, right? But as far as these old structures, they understand why these old structures are there. However, they have nothing to do with their construction.
That's right.
What if that's the case? Nothing to do with putting these things together, but they're like, oh, these things housed a type of energy that would have been useful for A, B, and C. So maybe we should put this Masonic temple right here in proximity of these things. We'll make it look like a McDonald's when in fact it's a Masonic temple. We'll make this look like, FKO Schwartz. Meanwhile, it's a Masonic
the
temple.
Royal Arch Masonry.
That's how
I mean,
they
what
do
do you
it.
want? It's the McDonald's logo. So
Yep. Huh?
Royal Arch Masonry. The McDonald's logo has Masonic
Exactly.
connotations for sure. So,
Wow.
anyways,
It's funny,
so it's
Signs and symbols.
right? It's funny. It looks like a right side up 3, I guess you could say, or like a 3 that's oriented a little bit weird.
Right.
And so this is just wild. This
Look,
is just crazy.
I got a question for you. So
Yeah.
if there was, okay, so let's think about it then and ask some questions. If there was a fully colonized continent, old world America,
Right.
how does the 13 colonies fit in?
Oh, wow. Yeah. And it's funny that it's 13 colonies, right?
Or they found everything and they called it 13 colonies.
Right.
Was it 13 nations here? Or was it 13 different big cities? And they just claimed the 13 and called it the 13 colonies? And
That's a
built
good
little
point.
settlements around it because they didn't understand what the buildings were.
I'll bring it up because everyone
That
can,
would be
you know,
crazy, y'all.
can make up their own minds. But I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with the so-called Odd Fellows.
Yes.
The Odd Fellows?
Oh yeah,
Odd
was it
Fellows.
like a movie back in the day?
Wait, or is it like is it like a society?
Yes.
The
Okay.
society. Because I thought I
Go ahead.
heard of the Odd Fellows, right? So keep going. Go ahead.
And then maybe you also heard of the, I would say by now famous so-called First Lady Boys of the United States.
No, I ain't never heard of that.
No.
Okay, that's a great 8-part documentary you can check out on Odyssey. And there what you will see is you will see historical pictures of so-called First Ladies of the United States. And then I'll just ask you to kindly take a close look at the picture and make up your own mind as you whether believe that they are as they portray themselves to be, or whether that
What?
was some quickly huddled together photo shooting where some guy said, oh, I'm sorry, we need to found a new state here, whatever new ideology. We definitely need to backdate our state for like 200 years at least to give some credence to something here, right? Or no one's going to believe anything. Bad thing is in the Oddfellow Club, no women are allowed. So Freddie, Johnny, Tim, come over here, you know, we need to take pictures of the
Oh,
couple together. And just look at the pictures and tell me what you think. But I'm sorry,
Yes.
and I have
I
to
get
say
where you're
this,
going
there
with
is
that. That is
not
awesome.
a single, and I wouldn't have
God,
expected
that's
this
awesome.
myself, but there is not a single exception
Wow.
up to today.
I got one more for you to meet you with that. I want y'all to just honestly think about this logically, bro. You're in this old town, this old, like 1900s, and you meet a friend, and y'all end up going and enlist, and 90 days later, you stand in a field across from each other and shoot each other in the face. Yeah, I'm just saying now, think about that logically. Could you actually load a musket with 24 yards from you? Somebody's shooting you first off. Never been in war before. This is what we were told. And I'm just giving you some perceptions to look at.
right.
So
Duels, old school duels.
was that war a publication to cover up what they did if they took something? Or did they really just found everything? Or did, you know, it's so weird. All these questions come up because what did they
And
do
again,
to the Indians? Did they kill off all the chiefs? I'm gonna say, you know, did they do to, you know, get in? I don't know. I think something weird because look, people, they put them in insane asylums, y'all. They were everywhere.
Yeah. Everybody had there were insane asylums everywhere, and they look like castles, dude. They were huge.
Look, my girl in the living room, something simpler. She gets on every now and then, comments on your lives and stuff. Her parents and her grandmother lives in Missouri. It was one of the biggest insane
That's where
asylums
my ex-wife lives.
in America. It held 1,100 people in the 1800s. Why?
Probably
with the lowest amount of
probably
people
where
would they
she's
need?
from.
You get what I'm saying? It's just like, that's mind blowing. I've got pictures of it. It looks like an old world building too.
Dude, Missouri itself is like
It's
old world
old world.
everywhere.
That's
Dude,
what's up.
St. Louis there's
Yeah.
old world everywhere in Missouri.
Everywhere.
I'm like,
Just think
damn,
about
in
what
the
they
middle
tore
of
down, I.
yes,
God.
in the middle of the projects, just old buildings, dilapidated buildings, buildings that they just walk away from. It's
Right.
everywhere in Missouri. Everywhere.
That's awesome. I think it's just getting more obvious and obvious, wouldn't you say, man?
Yeah, totally. So what I've been doing is you know, when I was on my way back and I was driving from up north, I was driving past a bunch of these old world everything, right?
Wow.
What I do is I take the map that I'm using and
Yeah.
then I screenshot the map. I
Okay.
screenshot the map and then I keep moving. I keep going because I'm on the expressway, I'm on the highway. I'm like, look, I'm
Yeah.
not going to stop to try and I was like, I'm just going to screenshot the map. And I've got all these screenshots of all these maps. And basically what I've done is I've compiled a list and then I'm just going to give them to everybody. And if you live in the area or if you're within striking distance of these places, just look up. You'll see
Huh.
these old world structures. I've referred to them already, right?
Yeah.
And I think right now it's high time for us to do the legwork,
That's right.
right? Because you've got a lot of these channels, the Jim Boosters, the Lucius Aurelians, the freaking My Lunch Breaks. We could go
Yeah.
down the list, right?
Right.
These guys can't do all this work by themselves. They
Yeah,
do a
you're
good
right.
job. Don't get me wrong. They
Yep.
do a great job, but they
Yep.
can't know how to do everything.
Yeah.
We have to do a lot of this legwork. I honestly feel that if we're in the know, we can't leave all this to one person. With somebody in here, I think it was Donald Passaic or somebody in here said not one person could do this whole thing. And I agree.
Yeah.
I think it's Matthew Senko that said it. Not one person could do this whole thing. I totally agree. But at the same time, if we know this, right, we have to do something. We got to do our part, no matter how small it is. It helps add polish to these puzzle pieces, right? It helps us to figure out. So anything that you could do to add dimension to each puzzle piece to make it to where we can figure some things out, because maybe we won't figure everything out in a lifetime. That's fine. But at least do something. Be like, hey, I found another one. I don't know what this is, but I found one. And we could say, oh, we found this one already. Or we could say, we've never seen it. We've gone past it a million times, but we've never seen it. Everybody has to do something. And I know we complain, we get upset with the powers that be. That's fine. I like complaining and I like getting upset. At the same time, I like being solution based with these things. You understand what I'm saying? I love to complain, but if I'm going to complain, I need to replace these complaints with a solution at some point. So I figured, hey, I could do that. I could stop, I could keep driving and I could take a screenshot and I could say, hey, refer to here. If you're in the area, look here, do a little bit more digging. If you know what it is, hey, look, I even thought of an app, and I don't know how I'm going to do this.
Wow.
I thought of an app that I think the community, not just the people that watch Ironwork 92,000 and for all y'all that love watching.
Awesome.
Yes, I've thought of an app that we can use, everybody can use, that we use as a database.
Yeah.
And I even gave it a name and everything. I don't want to talk too much about it because it'll lose its efficacy. But it would serve as a database to where we can make these we can put these old world structures on a map. We don't have to sit there relying on Google Earth, because let me show you. Let me show you real quick. I'm going to stop playing that right there. And I'm going to show you real quick ArcGIS, right?
Could you imagine like what you're talking about, having it mapped out, everybody logged them in and just look at it from a bird's eye view, Ryan? That would be awesome. That would be that's a good idea, man.
Yeah. Yeah. And I've thought about it, and really what everybody does is they add their part to the story. Yeah, they add their part to what they found. This is what for example, we could get the whole world right on this app. And it doesn't have to be anything crazy. It could be a dubbed version of, I don't know, Google Earth or something similar like ArcGIS, which, what's the name? ABC actually hates. But if you look over here, right, and we're in France, I'm going to share it with you real quick. So today's topic, as you know, is the Star World structure. Hold on. Give me a second, Raphael. We're going to get back to the pictures of Vienna once more, but I wanted to show this to you guys. And this is why I think this app is going to be so important, right? So check this out. All of these Star World structures, I named them place 1, place 2. These are the Star World the star structures. in Paris. Look at that.
What?
Blocked out. Place 1. Blocked out. Place 2. Blocked out.
Wow.
Place 3. Blocked out. Place 4. Blocked out. So you get it. You pretty much get what it is that we're saying over here. All these places, they're starting to block out. Thank God. I think it was sea lightning. Look at this. It's even shaped like a star. And then they blocked it out. They had the nerve to block it out in the shape of a star, like a bunch of crazies, instead of just circling it out, right? And so if we go to the Halifax Center, we could go to Halifax, whatchamacallit. So that's just in Paris, which we could take. Our version of taking the power back would be, let's go over here and let's go to Halifax, right? So right here there's a fort in Halifax, right? Point Pleasant Park. I don't think that's it, but there's a star fort over here, beautiful as hell.
Right.
And it stands out. Hold on, let me see if I could find it again.
Yeah.
Halifax Star Fort. Let me just call it Halifax Star Fort, whatever. It's going to take me somewhere. Somewhere, nowhere, even. Dr. Star Roanoke. Oh, God, Lord have mercy. Not even what I'm looking for.
That's all right.
But anyway, it's right there. It's beautiful. Let me see if Matthew Senko, I think it was Sea Lightning. Sea Lightning, what's the name of that Star Fort place in Canada again, in Halifax? Please take me there. I forgot the name. Sea Lightning, what's that thing called in Halifax once again, man? Now I look like a total douchebag, totally forgetting
dude,
stuff.
you're good.
Yeah, Raphael, do your thing, brother.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, you cool, man. You over there eating something good.
Just got on from the shop, my friend.
It's great. And Awaken Nemesis, what's happening, brother? It's good to see you, family. It's always a pleasure, man. So Awaken Nemesis says it's over 12,000 star forts. So if you, and that's the crazy thing. We saw in France, in Paris, I isolated what looked to be close to 30 of them right there in Paris.
Wait a second. 12,000 in where?
12,000 probably
Altogether?
worldwide.
Oh my gosh, I had no idea. I was thinking like maybe 100, 150.
No, dude, this is worldwide. Yeah, you got them in Africa too. They're all over the place, bro.
Whole nation. Like this was a whole continent of one type of people.
Please, only if you will, I posted the link in the chat. You can briefly show the map, because then you can see 13th Monkey scrolling around the map.
Say what?
Oh my God, y'all! I had no idea. That's mind blowing. Oh my gosh! And
Okay.
they're all designed the same way, right?
They're not all shaped like stars. Okay. A lot of them have different things, but I'm going to show you real quick where this is. Real quick. Golly, man. Come on, man. There we go. Halifax Star Fort. I should have known. Citadel. Thank you, Sea Lightning. Halifax Citadel. Look at that. Look at that. Halifax Citadel. There it is. Halifax Citadel. Look at how pretty that is. The Halifax Citadel. And let's see if we go to Cuba, what that looks like. Because I know Cuba's got an ass ton of them. So here goes Cuba right here. Let's just, for all intents and purposes, for all shits and giggles, go to Cuba real fast, see if we come across anything. Figure they'd be on the coast. What could we spot in Cuba that just looks funky and strange? Do we have anything in Cuba? Anything? Let's keep going. Keep going. All right, I'm not going to do any guesswork. What I could do is I could always come back to Cuba during my own time. I could always come back to Cuba during my own time, and I could look and see if I stumble upon anything. It's this here. See if there's anything of note in some of these places. Huh. That looks a little strange. Okay, I won't give it too much stock, but I don't know if you came. Did he come back? No, he didn't. Okay, cool. That's fine. We could always come back to it. We can always come back to it. Let me stop sharing ArcGIS. Okay, let's go back to. Let's go to this one. Let's go to this video you just dropped in there. And this is, what is it?
This is just simply some scrolling over the Starfort map by 13th Monkey. Unfortunately, this data is not available for download, but he's scrolling over almost all of the globe just so you can get some idea how many he's already mapped, basically. Because when I saw you talking about this now, I was just like, oh, I want to come on just to share some links with you and some researchers. So although it's great, of course, to discover everything on your own, but as we already realized today, no single individual can do this anyways, and everyone has something to research in their own backyard, I'm pretty sure. So I just wanted to give you a bit of a head start, so you know a bit of what's already out there and maybe some good data to start with.
Okay, bet. Let's go ahead and let's play it. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna show this to y'all. Damn, everybody left, boy. Oh, I had 20 people just dip on me. What's going on, y'all? What's going on that people just left? Y'all ain't gonna tell me about what's going on? Ain't nobody gonna tell me, huh? Okay, it's cool. Yeah, dudes just got up and left, like 20 strong.
Cyber Polygon, who knows?
Yeah, they were like, "Oh, we've seen enough, lad. Bye." Like, okay. They were like, "Yeah, we had like 50, 53 rocking, but that's all good." So let us share the screen. Starfort Saturday night. No. Starfort Mapping Monkey. There it is. Boom. There it is, y'all. So let's check it out.
But that runs all the way into here.
Let me get that over here.
Move along. There is nothing to see here, Fort.
Oh, that's right next to China. Oh, yeah. That's Yonaguni. I talk about that right next. That's Taiwan. That's the Yonaguni Island. I've spoken about this one. That's where they have the underground or the underwater places right there in Yonaguni Island. That looks like Kiribati right there. But let's go right here. And let's oh man, I love maps, bro. Yo, you don't understand. I love maps. I love going through maps and looking at this strange stuff.
As this
nice,
really big one.
What I find so fascinating is it's obvious.
Say again?
It wasn't me. I'm talking in the video.
oh, my bad. All right.
Is that even just the structure, whether you look at it from?
Oh man, I'm sorry. Let me just let this thing play. I keep thinking that's you talking right now, real time.
The top, or if you would walk past it, it looks automatically pleasing and aesthetic. A stark difference. Even just that it's proportional or whatever, or it's nice stone.
Is the Azores over there?
This big blue star here is a legend. That's for the explanation of the colors.
Oh, okay. Oh, nice. Okay, very good. Well, but who knows? I could well imagine some of them maybe even being on the bottom of the ocean, but that's even harder to get a hold of, I guess. That
Yeah,
could
you
be
can't
interesting.
find at least not data on Google Earth when it comes to anything that's under the water of the sea.
Yeah, it's also curious as to why this is highly
Like the
restricted.
only one possible suspect there is the Yonaguni monument, which I did give a black star, just because. But you can't see it. It's literally just sea. I mean,
You
nobody
can't see
shows
it.
any images on the water.
Maybe that explains why they call it like that. There's nothing to see here.
Move along. There is nothing to see here, Fort.
Here, folks.
It's just sea, nothing to see. Maybe take a bit of a look at Japan. Many people love Japan, including me, and because the coloration seems peculiar, or let's say slanted towards red and orange.
Yeah, lots of cities that have.
So what do the colors say about these dwellings? Tell me, Raphael, what do the colors mean?
He's explaining it I guess at the beginning of the video. Basically, what I remember, I think green may be something in nature, black is destroyed,
right?
But I actually earlier when he was talking about the legend with the blue star, it briefly showed the tooltip. There it should be telling you exactly. If you remember before, the blue star in the ocean, where you were like, oh, what is this? Or you said Azores, because there he was going over it as a tooltip, and then you could see the explanation for all the stars, because I don't know all the colors now by heart.
Okay, so this is stuff that 13 Monkeys put together, yes?
Exactly. This is his map, and I'm interviewing him here about his map, and he's scrolling around on his computer and showing his Google Earth file where he has all these colorations and all the 18K star forts mapped.
So these are the star forts that he found, correct?
A good chunk of it, yes. There is part of the data from China he got supplied by somebody.
What?
He's mentioning it on the show as well, yeah, because China data, I guess, is more difficult to access from the West, at least.
Really?
So it's already a collaborative effort for sure. We talk a little bit about it, but a lot of it is really just him scrolling over Google Maps and trying to discern, what's going on the ground. If there is a remnant star fort where you can only see, the remnant on the floor or whatever, where the wall was, or all of that. And what's really obvious, maybe at some point in the video you can see it as well, like I mentioned, France and Germany are almost all blacked out, so almost all the star forts destroyed.
Oh my goodness! Wow. Huh. Let's continue then. Wow.
That's
a castle. In the case of star forts in Japan, it's not a lot. There's the very famous one in Hokkaido.
Oh wow!
Where they have the festival of the sakura blossom, because all of this is
apple
sakura.
blossom. Oh wow!
Cherry trees.
Oh, cherries, my bad.
And they have a similar type of thing where they built a couple of forts around the city, like they did in Europe.
Wow!
But then the Japanese say that this thing was built to honor the Japanese style of the European style of warfare.
Oh,
I said Japanese, I meant European. Yeah, this thing was built to honor the European style of warfare.
Nobody believes that.
Yeah.
That's what they say. I'm just copying what they say. I'm not saying that's it.
No, I know.
I'm just a guy that looks at the map.
Well, being just a guy can oftentimes be quite advantageous. I'm also just a guy, and I'm saying no one believes that. It sounds very unrealistic to me. Someone's asking, what's the total number of star forts found so far? See, we can even use this fancy feature.
I don't really. I need to go to your page so I can read along with the comments too.
Make sure to hit them
like. I don't have an actual number on star forts. I do know that there's more than 16,000 markers on this map currently.
Oh, there might be more than 1,200.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's something.
If that is.
And then also, I just saw just because 16,000, 16K.
16,000. Yeah.
Yes.
So 16,000 worldwide, correct?
Iron, I'm blown away, dude.
Pretty much. I mean, at least those documented you can see on the map. There's areas where there's less and so on, but yeah, it's all there.
Wow.
I mean, he has his own channel and everything. It's linked under the description. There's some more on Andreas Exertus' channel where he's just scrolling around for hours, and you can
Makes
basically see the
sense.
whole map. So yeah, or the whole
Wow.
world, the whole known surface area, let's say.
Right.
Yeah.
Because then you have stuff that's buried by mud and silt underwater. There's stuff
And
that
any
we
lands
can't
that
even
are not,
see.
and any lands that are not properly cartographed, of course.
Yes, yes,
Where there may
yes.
or may not be things, but yeah, sure, under the sea, and yeah.
I gotta just say this
Wow.
one thing. Can you imagine thinking about all this with the mud flood and coming up as a kid and seeing people with metal detectors and going, oh, well, that's where they had the Civil War. They got these little coins. No,
Yes.
there's probably places you can go that people don't even know about this information yet, that you could probably calculate little provinces of these old world things and go down somewhere where they used, may have done
Yeah.
something like how they brought things over, traditional things that little towns used to do. And then you can see where that area is and go get a metal detector.
Yeah, and
I'm
just
just saying.
scavenge.
And go see what's up with our history, man. There's no telling what you'll find.
Man. Guys,
There's-
let's do a 5-minute,
Okay.
a quick 5-minute break. Hold on. Let's do a quick 5-minute break, family. Yeah.
Cool.
For station identification. I gotta say some bullshit like that. You know what I'm saying? We'll be back after these messages type junk. You know what I'm saying? Let me play some
Peace.
elevator music out this bitch.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Hold on, where we at? Let's see. No. Let's see. All right, party people, I'm back. Can y'all hear me? Am I coming in, Lima Charlie, loud and clear? Clear and loud. What's happening, fam? We back. We back. And now we're back after these messages. Before these messages? Whatever, man. We back. Shit. Talking all that mess. Doge, what's happening, man? So, Doge, we going over quite a bit between New Civil and Raphael. Talking about a lot of good stuff, man, with this. And so let's pick it back up where we left off at with the star forts on 13th Monkeys, on 13 Monkeys. This joint is crazy as hell. This is crazy as hell, y'all. Okay, let's get back to it. Hope you guys are seeing it. I know I am. Star forts. There we go. Okay. Back to it. Star forts. I don't know if you guys are back. Raphael and okay. Civ, you're back. Okay.
Yeah.
And, okay. Raph, you back too?
Yes.
Okay, bet. All right. Let's continue.
Yes.
So it's a simple pattern recognition. If you zoom out a little bit more, there is like in the coast of Russia, there's this green line, it looks like. Or there, yeah, the green line. What's going on here, for example? Mm-hmm.
That's Chinese walls, plural.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So this is one of the Chinese walls. Basically, all kinds of fortifications and cities along one of them.
Oh wow!
That is another one. This is the famous quote unquote Chinese wall that everybody goes to visit.
Great Wall.
Wow.
Various parts of. But that runs all.
Oh snap! So my man is saying, "Yo, Great Wall is not that thing. Only it's not exclusive to just the one that we're so used to seeing." Correct?
The Great Wall too. Is that an old world thing?
So there would be, I guess, several fortifications there, or maybe more than expected. But from what I understand, isn't the current present day known China Wall, how should I say, an optics operation anyways, like only a particular part and so on. But I don't know. I haven't been there. I really can't say.
Oh
but
wow!
I'm not sure if that's or what even here the story is. I can't say, but from here it certainly looks as if there's more maybe than what we're generally taught there would
And
be.
if you look where some of this wall is, I don't know if you see where my cursor's at. You see where my cursor is? But you see that all that's desert too. All this is desert. So I wonder if that has something to do with why some of the stuff might be missing. If it is missing.
Could be. Yeah.
Right. Right? Oh, let's continue.
The way into here. All of this at some point was connected. I don't fully have all of the connections yet. And I also have to give credit to the person who did all of the yellow stuff. Sadly, I don't have a name, but if you're watching, thank you. You should recognize your own work, I reckon. But yeah, I did a bunch more connecting work with all of the red lines, and I added all of the fortifications, towers, and cities along those walls.
Wow.
Is there any trace of a Silk Road? Well, basically, from what I know, is that the people today still use the old roads that were the Silk Roads. What I can tell you is there is a northern, along these stars here, route, and a southern route along the desert. And that connects up again and then makes another split. I still think there's connections that connect this whole bit right here to there. And if you start looking at it from a greater perspective, you actually start looking at it from these things are actually borders.
All right.
Really high border walls. That's what I'm starting to think.
What?
So then it could actually be that at least some of those forts were like used, as demarcation lines, or even some sort of, well, either quote unquote defense or at least separation or something, or really to keep someone on one side, or
that there is the mythical story of Gog and Magog, which does show up in exactly these areas of the map that they at that point had drawn out. If you look at all of the old maps of the world,
that's the top of the mountains,
especially the cities that they know of from Mongolia, they're all way up.
Maybe not.
Say what?
Did it look? Is that the highest points in the blue right there? The peaks? Or is that
Raph, can you answer to that?
not necessarily, because I don't have the map myself, but from what it looks like, it looks graphically, that's what it looks like it's in the mountains. Yeah,
right. That's lithium. They put them on top of probably
Lithium.
Yeah, lithium deposits are found on high elevations of granite, up in the height of it. Yeah, it's pretty.
Really?
That's why, like North Carolina, that's got one of the richest deposits of lithium and quartz, and it's up in the elevated, like not down in the holler part. It's up in the higher parts of the granite, all along just like this.
Is that this like super high grade quartz they were talking about recently when they said maybe they lost it now or something's happening?
Wait a minute. You mean wait? Is it what parts of North Carolina got this nonsense going on?
Where the flood was.
Get the fuck out of here!
Right.
90 million went to Ebrium lithium to the top of the mountain from the Green Deal. Yes. Four days before the flood and all, they just signed permits to mine the. I'm just gonna leave it there, but yeah.
Oh,
was washed,
dude. That's funny that happened, and then a few weeks later, Wyoming gets a bunch of wildfires.
Oh, I know, right?
Fires.
When it really makes me mad, and people should know by now. Even these physics experts, though, Iron, this is what really ticks me off. They know they can cloud seed, and why are there any more fires?
Yeah, exactly.
That's really, people need to. We got EPA, all the EPs and all of these big companies and corporations now have reached a precipice, I honestly believe, to where it's just like it's us against them. And if we keep doing what we're doing,
yep, exactly.
Get enough of it.
Yes. And I'll tell you what, I think now's the time to not even expect them to do right by us. You can't.
Yeah.
So we have to act accordingly, because it's like those guys, their time is up.
Oh, yes.
Like their time is like for real up. We can't hope that they're sitting there to do us some kind of justice, because they're never. Yeah, exactly. So anything that they do, we have to assume it's going to be to our detriment. So we have to act accordingly. We cannot trust those people.
Exactly right. I'm there with you on that one. That's right.
Yeah, let me continue. I'm over here.
Go ahead. Sorry about that.
That's
in the north, way up in the north, because they had no idea all of this was here. There's plenty of alternative theories that you can apply to this, but from a mapping perspective, they just never been here. They didn't draw it out, so it wasn't on the map. So the furthest thing north was these Mongolian cities, and the older the map maker gets, the more they get denoted as Gog and Magog, where all of the evil people are supposed to be the biblical story.
So I'll just ask you, because I always bring it up, and I do think it's somehow relevant. Have you ever seen Attack on Titan, Shingeki no Kyojin?
Yeah.
Because see, so David says David M says, some say the Great Wall was to keep out animals. And again, high, trigger and
It's
I don't know, psychosis warning to anyone watching it, especially the first season. But if you get through it, there's really some very interesting concepts in that anime. And yeah, makes you wonder, especially because the Japanese always seem to have these strange, like, old world ideas, and even there the names then are German and all of that. We're like, what is going on here? What are you trying to tell us here? And why is this so extremely popular? So yeah.
I have actually discussed this with Ben Analog from Analog Channel, that the walls were built to keep something out coming from the north. There's actually a movie, The Great Wall, that depicts that idea even better.
There's that movie that with what's his name? Not Mark Wahlberg, but his counterpart. Not Ben Affleck. What's his name?
Damon.
Yeah, Matt Damon. The
Damon.
Great Wall. Where I see him going to China, I'm like, oh Lord, have mercy.
No.
Yeah. He was.
Just like it didn't match though. Really, he just
I said, oh God, why? I was like, you could have Bill Cosby do that same role. Get out of here. I saw him. I say, please. But no, I don't know what that movie was about, but I saw it. It looked a little bit looked different.
Right.
I didn't watch it though. Let's see. Frank Monday is in the house. Frank Monday, your stomping grounds right there.
Yeah. You guys are in my hood right now.
You know what I'm saying? We in your backyard, big dog.
Yeah, I wanted to chime in a little bit on the Great Wall, man. We've got sections of it all over the place. Like we had a big piece of it running through Beijing until recently. They took most of it out, but they left a little bit of it like really close to my house. I can go over and visit it. And then some of the other sections you guys were going up there in the north, I've been as far as Mongolia, and I've been over to Dalian and Heilongjiang and like the Black Dragon River and like Great White Mountain and stuff like that. And there's just like there's really strange sections that I've been to. Like when I worked for CCTV in my early days over here, I went to some places that like typically foreigners aren't allowed to go, and I saw some really interesting sections of it. There's sections that go like underwater and through mountains, like with tunnels and stuff. Yeah, there's some really baffling stuff about the wall. You don't get to see much of it in the mainstream.
Right. Yeah, and I did hear that some of the wall is off limits to regular folk.
Yeah. And there was another phenomena I wanted to mention about it that's well known, like here and among especially people that are in media, because it's stuff that you're not allowed to talk about openly. But behind the scenes, like there are sections where you can go, like what one guy took me, and you can see plasma balls just emerging at certain times of the day that come out over like different sections of planes and like out of certain, like I guess you would technically classify a lot of it as swamp gas, but like these plasma balls will just emerge of various colors. I've seen red and orange ones, and then they'll float like over the landscape in front of you, and it's the most like mind-boggling thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
What? Would some people classify those as UAPs?
You might, yeah, you might. They don't typically do it here though. Like over here, they speak about them of like in a spiritual nature. Like it's just like they don't exactly say what it is or how it emerges, and like it's not. Well, in the opportunities that I had to go and visit and observe these things directly, like I was just told it was spiritual phenomena.
Like water sprites. Well, I guess I'm just putting my spin on it. But
yeah,
like
something like
sprite,
that.
Water spirit. Oh, those are the great water spirits of this and that. If we don't appease them, if we don't give them booze, then every once in a while they come out and they get upset. So it's like, okay.
Yeah, and I know it doesn't add much to the conversation, but at least like having someone that witnessed the phenomena, like boots on the ground, it just brings up more
crazy. I've
more
never
mystery.
heard that in my life.
Me either. That's pretty amazing.
And there's a couple of places here, like in the city where I live, that are notoriously haunted, and you can always, like, according to rumor and even from personal experience, you can always encounter phenomena like paranormal phenomena. One is the Drum and Bell Tower, And according to the old story, the ghost story is that when the guy was casting the bell, in order to sweeten the sound of it for the emperor, he threw his like youngest daughter into the
Yes,
boiling
I
cauldron.
heard this one. It's an old story.
Yeah, you can still see her ghost wandering around that area, and definitely like on nights of the full moon, like if you're cruising around that courtyard, you get some really spooky feelings.
Oh wow.
Then there's another fascinating tale, like I was telling you about the Marco Polo Bridge. Accordingly,
I didn't know about this one. Go ahead.
Yeah, this one's just south of Beijing, and they built it supposedly in honor of Marco Polo, but it's done in that classic Greco-Roman style, just like the gardens were here. And they call it European style palaces and stuff like that. But supposedly there's a giant, like living jade frog that was crafted by a wizard and placed under the bridge in order to like ward off earthquakes. Like that section of the area had been shaking for a long time. And of course, this is legendary, but yeah, there's supposedly like a living like crystal jade type like emerald 3-legged frog buried at one of the foundation supports.
3-legged frog.
They've got some really cool like superstitions and fairy tales and stuff like that, but you won't hear it. Like a lot of it's not in local print. Like since I was at the university doing postgraduate studies for a long time, I got to talk to people like older professors and stuff that were still alive at that time, like 20 years ago. I think probably most of them aren't around anymore. But yeah, these were just like firsthand stories that were conveyed to me, and then I would talk to other locals, like my wife's mom and stuff, people that are in their 70s and 80s. That remember the old tales.
It's tales that were passed down to them.
Right.
Wow, yo.
But I didn't mean to derail anything. I just wanted to chime in.
No. It's good to hear this kind of perspective on a place like this, because some of this I've never even heard of.
And not to derail, but isn't this then the swamp gas? Wasn't there some kind of a strange media reporting at some point where someone said, "Oh, this UFO is just swamp gas"? And wouldn't that literally be what you just explained, Frank? That swamp gas could look like a orb or UFO or whatever?
And I'll tell you just from me, like I experienced time dilation and apotheum. Like there was lost time during this experience when I went with this guy. But like to describe it visually, I won't get into it, but like it was not swamp gas, and it was like, I don't know, man, like realer than real. I in fact, I thought it was so like bizarre. I thought it might have been orchestrated, and the whole time I was looking for any type of indication of like a wire system or something that could have been like creating this phenomena that was like maybe just to, like they were playing with me to like bullshit a foreigner or something. But I couldn't fathom it. It didn't look like there was any type of wire work attached. There wasn't anything nearby that could have like generated and dispersed it. And the balls would appear from like my right, like out of, it was kind of later in the evening, but it would appear in the sky and then move across our line of vision above and in front of us, and then disappear off to the left. And it happened over and over again. I think maybe in the range of like 10 to 15 of them had floated by, and they were the size of, I would approximate like a volleyball, like a little smaller than a basketball, and just like a red like ball of plasma that looked like burning fire as it floated across the sky. And the trajectory was so dead straight that again, I was baffling as to whether or not it was done on some sort of wire apparatus or something.
Wow, that's weird.
But those types of magnetic phenomena are like, they're not isolated to that location in particular, but because of the feng shui of the area, they say there are dragon ley lines here, that the city was built
like power lines or lines of, you know what I'm saying. I'm sorry.
Yeah, like woo energy or something, like geomagnetic energies.
Yes.
Right.
And so many of the temples, I know that John Levi was showing a shot of an Asian temple where there was like polychromatic effects appearing above one of the spires, and that's pretty how am I going to say, like everyday occurrence. Like if you go to the Lama temple and you're off to the north of it and looking down as the sun and clouds and stuff commingle, you will see those types of effects like legitimate I don't know how to describe it, magnetic.
Could you make us
polychromatic.
some more footage of this? I'd love to see more of that because it looked
Yeah.
really cool. If I'm thinking of the same now, could watch that all day.
That's pretty.
There's footage of it too.
Yeah, I've seen some of that before.
I was gonna say them because you know how them Chinese governments sometimes they be like, nah, man, you can't film that. Nah, sorry.
And I'll tell you of a fascinating one that I experienced firsthand. I was down in, I think I was in Guangzhou. I can't remember exactly, but there was a Buddhist temple, and you had to climb to the top of the mountain. And as we were coming up, I was with my wife and children and stuff like that. And I got some footage of it on my my camera. I haven't uploaded it, but you could it appeared as if from the statue of the Buddha looking up, the sun was behind the clouds, and you could see the manifestation of the Buddha in the clouds behind the statue itself. So it was like it and again, I don't know if there was some sort of foolery going on, like if they create those like through some sort of blue beam technology or reflector mirrors or something like that, but it was a legitimate, like, breathtaking type of paranormal phenomenon.
Jeez. This shit just gets weirder and weirder.
Yeah, and again, I'm just adding more to the mystery, like the
Some type of
go ahead.
Yeah, some type of perturbation, like a modality within the ether, probably an energy, but you never know, because you know, I was sitting here today thinking about energy, and not to get off the topic, but we think that when we move our hand across the atmosphere like this, that we're making wind, when all in reality, if you stop and think about it, you've got billions of parts per millionth of a microparticle that is so finite you cannot see it to the naked eye, but it has 1,000 more covalently bonded molecules of electrical value, like 1,000 more times energy than the molecule. And so what you're doing is you're actually compressing the energy, and the energy is making the wave. It's a wave of energy, not wind. So a different perspective.
What I find fascinating just with wind is their relationships to, like, electricity,
Yes.
right? Like we hear about wind, right out the first chapter 1 in the Bible, after God makes Adam out of clay, and then he brings him to life by breathing life inside of his body. And then what's crazy is once you breathe that life inside of Adam, right? What does Adam have? Well, I'm going to assume Adam was like a human being of some sort, right? Or a living being. What has he got? He's got lungs. What do our lungs look like? They've got the alveoli, and they've got all those veins, that vein-like structure inside of it. So God basically blew electricity inside of Adam, or some form of electric power inside of him, and got him kick-started. And then you have that pump in there pumping some form of oxygen or some form of fluid to keep that wind going inside of you. But then you see all these different.
You know the blood is not a pump, right?
The blood,
the heart is not a pump.
It's charge, isn't it? Some type of charge, like
it's not a pump
apparatus.
Yes, I mean there is some pumping capacity, but that's very low, much too low for the system as it would be required. There's certainly some electrical. There's some electrical things going on, and with the capillaries and densities and so on. But there is even, I think, books about this or something. If you just look up, the heart is not a pump. It's quite relevant because it also shows, again, it's not a mechanistic thing, like with a coal engine or something, but it's much more sophisticated. And the heart itself also has quite a few very interesting properties, from magnetic field to it. Some even speculate it may generate monoatomic gold and God knows what. Heart of gold.
Wait, did you say monatomic gold?
Yes. Oh, yes, Porter, you're on point. Please continue.
I never heard of that.
One gold.
Never.
So it's the chestahedron iron.
Yes, that's one part of the lore that I know about it. But aside from that, the magnetic, so the chestahedron would be a new type of platonic solid that potentially would represent the shape of the heart, which seems to have certain resonance capacities and so on, which just makes sense that the heart is a very sophisticated organ, right? But aside from that, what's very well documented, from what I understand, is that the heart is simply the strongest magnetic field generator, and that in itself should give everyone
to continue and
pause.
expand. To continue and expand your line of thinking there, Raphael, there's, of course, legendary knowledge again, but among the Buddhist and Taoist communities, that the ancients who would live into their hundreds of years and could cultivate internal alchemy, they would actually refine the solid organs into gemstones, and then they would take the corpse of the sage or whatever upon passing from death and burn the body and remove the gemstones from it, and use these as, I don't know, in alchemical medicine or something. But during the time of the revolution, many of the immortals of the Chinese mountains were actually sought out, and I don't want to get too deep into it because I do live here, but yeah, they were, their internal treasures, their internal gemstones were taken from them.
Okay, before we go on,
Wow.
I will 100% confirm what you're just saying through the work of Stellium7. Stellium7 is his channel. He's done the work on the, basically, certain mountains appear to be giant creatures. In his case, it's the Elephant Mountain. He's not even claiming that, but once you have 20 correlations, now he has 40 anatomical correlations that would show that the mountain where he's living in Spain, Mount Go, simply correlates with the anatomy of an elephant. Take it or leave it, right? It's really very exact. But here the speculation also is, or the question, how quickly can something petrify or change form? And also, could it be that many of the gemstones actually are Titan blood? And have you ever wondered why it is called a gold vein, a silver vein, and all of that? Because, for example, in the area of the mountain where you would have the eye, there actually are eye sockets, basically. Stellium7 has documented this in great detail on his channel. Kindly everyone check it out. If you need it in German, you can see the translation on my channel. And even there at the back end of the eye, there is a particular area with like certain fats or something. And when they were climbing into this eye socket, when they made an expedition, and one of the guys, Victor, said, "Oh, look back there. It's like, glittery, or what's going on there?" And they checked back, and back there, just where you would have it within the eye, this type of fat, they had a quartz deposit or something. So even that matched.
And it looked like milky white or something?
Yeah, or just, it basically was quartz, but the point being that something where you would say, oh, there's a particular substance in an organic body, in this case, a giant elephant eye, for lack of a better term, and even in the correct spot, you would then have a certain deposit. So what I want to know, just like what Frank now said, basically which organ or whatever turns into which type of crystal, And I'm not saying crystals cannot also grow in a different way, but I would, for example, like I said, with the veins, even here it's in the name.
Right.
Because if an immortal in China can do it, then wouldn't it make sense that certain titans or whatever entities there could have been also just petrified and the remains are now scattered around? And Stellium7 found more. He's found the heart stones as well. Close to the riverbed, there's like hundreds, if not thousands of stones that literally are petrified hearts. This was even confirmed by one of the most renowned heart surgeons, you can say. So it is another one of those topics which is completely blacked out in any academic media because, it overthrows all the paradigms.
Oh, absolutely. Now we are hitting on the like true internal alchemy of the ancients. I mean, these are really exciting topics.
Wow. I wonder, with gold having some relation with blood, I wonder if this is why blood is so sought out and used in certain rituals. Not only for its conductive and iron properties and stuff, but if there's a relationship between blood and iron, or not blood and iron, but blood and gold, that's even crazier.
That would tie in the legends of Genghis Khan as being one of the first vampires, because his troops of soldiers, they couldn't stop or rest between conquering cities in order to drink water. So instead they bred their horses so that they would cut the neck of the horse, and while riding they would drink the blood of the horse in order to stay vitalized. And when they would come into the Chinese cities and conquer them, they were known as vampiric, because they would literally slaughter every man and then just breed through the women. And supposedly, even to today, like everyone has like some portion of Genghis Khan's blood in their DNA.
Jesus.
So just to briefly point out, without getting too deep into it, but from what I understand, while there may or certainly were great conflicts and so on, from what I understand, the story of the whole Genghis Khan, this would be from, well, Genghis Khan itself is a thing unto itself, but the idea of the horde coming from Mongolia is the story, right?
Right.
And if you just check present-day Mongolia, there's literally nothing there. So just saying this particular aspect of the story most likely is not correct. Just to point it out, everyone please do your research, but just to mention it,
What if everyone was just defending themselves from something bigger, and that's what took over? Don't know.
Actually, if you want to know more about this, what I can recommend is the Anatoly Fomenko and Gleb Nosovsky. They even have a particular episode about this, but I will look this up right now and I'll post it in the chat in a second. Give me a minute.
Well, Aaron, if I could say one thing, right before, there's some kind of recorded documentation that these three kings came together approximately 12 to 15 years before the mud flood. They went to the UK, or they set some type of people that were scientists to the UK, which still stands today. It's called Eden. It's a sanctuary. It's been up since before the 1900s. It's still there. Something Simpler found it, and she showed it to me. Pebbles did. And it's called Eden. Now, it's just the name of it. That's not where Eden. It's just they named it after the book of the Bible.
Right.
But it's said to have had frequencies there that had, like, different birds would just come to that place. They knew how to collect them in that province to get what they needed from there, and then they brought in all the ones they couldn't. And they yes, and there's seeds from every plant there. There's different types of shrubberies and all these different types of plants that are worldwide, and it's still there today. Yeah, and they knew something was coming, I think, is what the story is. They knew something was happening, so they started, I don't know. There's just some weird stuff about the Iron Republic and what could have been here already.
Okay. Do you mean the book, The Iron Republic?
I got a feeling they came from somewhere or something, because if this, look at it this way, Iron, think about this. If there was that many, some of the same type of styles of star forts that collected, they were pretty much on the same team, kind of, wouldn't you say? And so if it all just went away or something happened, if it's just, what if these star forts all had oscillators? And then all they had to do to hide other technology, they just oscillate the area, and there's certain places that are, pinpointed accuracy to the certain lower level where water is. They just sync the technology and then fight for their lives. I don't know. It's just that's a theory, because I was trying to break it up on if they were invaded, because then think about it. I brought this up a couple of weeks ago, or a week ago, I think. Didn't Nikola Tesla almost sink Manhattan, reverse engineering one of these apparatuses?
Yeah.
I think he was the smart one of the bunch, but he was like misread. He could have been a Mason. I don't know. It could all be a facade. Let's look at that. But I also think that Thomas Edison and J.P. Morgan were commissioning him because they were sitting here slobbering that technology that they just founded.
You're like, damn,
and didn't know what to do with,
But then
they started figuring it out. Yeah.
But then they looked at their audience, and then they were like, "Oh, all you need is a little bit of light. All you need is a sharper blade for your plow.
And we'll charge you
I ain't
for
gonna
it.
give you. Yeah, I ain't gonna give you all that.
That's right.
DC power is where is the future, baby. DC, not AC. But I mean, can you imagine? My thing is, I can't imagine. I can think I can imagine, but I cannot imagine what ends they use these star forts for.
Right.
I can't. Like, my thing is, like, simple things. I can't even figure out what my computer does.
Yeah.
I can't figure everything out my own. I have it, and it's here, and it comes with an instruction book. All I know is how to put it on, get on the web, probably print a few things, run, Microsoft Excel and a couple of other things. Other than that, I don't know what the hell to do with this thing.
That's
Man,
right.
and you see all these people do this crazy stuff. I don't know what the hell I'm doing with this. So you give me something that's otherworldly. My mind is, even though I would like to assume and think that I know what it is I'm doing, I might not. Maybe I don't know if I'm crapping on myself and not giving myself enough credit. But no, I'm just trying to be as honest as I can
That's right.
with what it is I know and what it is I know that I don't know. You know what I'm
It's
saying?
interesting to think too that was like an original Tesla quote, that a man doesn't need to know how it works or how it functions in order to be able to use it. You know, you don't have to understand electricity to cook your dinner or warm your house.
Right.
I get that part, but I wouldn't understand the concept of a star fort, though, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, they look great. They look great and geometrical and everything, but the concept behind it, why?
Yeah.
Why those shapes? Why the breadth of those things? Why are they so big? Why are they? You know
Well, I'm thinking too that maybe some of it is involved with the feng shui or geomancy of it, so that if we enter into these structures, like, we may have some intuitive genetic memory or recollection intuitively how it works and how it operates and its function.
Okay. Dojo, what's happening, family?
Hey, good, alive, breathing, still here. What's up?
All right, man. We're doing star fortification.
Star fortification.
Yeah.
Star
I mean, like,
forts.
Frank just pointed it out to me because I was looking for another name, because I think the term fort is a misdirection.
Okay.
Yeah, because like it wouldn't.
Star sanctuary,
if you use the
maybe?
word fort, yeah, it makes it look like it's for defense or for war or for whatever. But Frank was just saying that there could be palaces, so we might call them star palaces. And then if we start calling them star palaces, then maybe we get an understanding as to like what they are. Like, I'm not saying it's a star palace for a king or a queen. I'm saying star palace for the community, for the tribe, where every person was noble.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because,
Right.
I could dig it. Okay.
What is the name of the field when it comes to water and electricity? Is hydro what?
Hydroelectrics.
Yeah, hydro. Okay. Yeah, hydroelectric. Hydrodynamics, hydroelectrics. That's right. Okay. I didn't want to misspeak.
No. It's weird how people manage to generate electricity just through the movement of water. And I'm not talking about water pushing an object and that object rotating around a magnet to do A, B, and C. No, I'm just talking about kind of like what we were talking about with dowsing rods.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Something, just the right series of minerals or metals being around with this moving water or this current underground and getting all kinds of whiz bang things to happen. It's wild to me. It's wild to me. And like, my thing is I'm so over the fact, I'm just so over. You see how we're talking, right? How we're like, well, this is what the mainstream said.
Right.
And we're speaking with so much caution based off of what the mainstream said, that I'm like, it's time that we cancel the mainstream. Like, it's about time that we're like, listen, this is how much we distrust you guys. Anytime we talk about this is stuff that I don't know if it is going to go anywhere if we mention it to mainstream folks, but it's like, anytime we talk about stuff that we learned from you, we basically asterize it.
Yes.
We basically say, oh, this I learned in school. Oh yeah, it's mainstream stuff, so you have to take it with a grain of salt, right? It's like a disclaimer anytime we mention mainstream anything, to where it's like, it's useless. It's useless because it's faulty information. And now it's like, anytime we look at mainstream information, it's so faulted that it may as well be poison. It may as well be poison. And it's like, I can't do anything with this. This is useless. This is a deliberate effort on their part to just misdirect everybody. So I can't do anything with it. You can't do nothing with it. It's useless.
I think we can do something with it, but we have to look at it from a logistics point of view. So when we look at the star palaces from a logistical point of view, and if we say something along the lines of there were like 16,000 all over the world, then logistically we would say, hey, look, how many people were living in these star palaces? And then we can actually say, like, well, back at that time, there were perhaps 16,000 times what? Let's just give a round number, 10,000.
Okay.
So that would work out to be something like, I'm only guessing here, 160 million.
Okay.
So we were looking at a world that was sustainable for like 160 million people or so, you know. And then so what this speaks to me of is that life was sacred. People just lived much longer. They could have been living for like 200-300 years. And then so every time they decided to have a child, I think the community came together and they said, hey, look, we're going to ordain the next child here because we want more children here. Because, like, think about it. Life is very sacred. You know, we have to go through the DMV to get a license. You know, but some people don't even need a license to have a child. And then when the child comes out, it's mayhem because the parents weren't right.
Yep.
You know, and then in order to heal this world, sometimes we have to look at things from the point of view to say, hey, look, life is sacred. And then this process of giving birth, I think is a very sacred thing. Because when I look into the ancient texts, I see that the root cause of the mayhem was, if we take the Bible as a reference, I think the root cause of the mayhem was Satan taking that which was not ordained to him, which he defied the will of God because he took something that did not belong to him. And then from that produced the abomination. And then from that abomination, the world that we had before, it became unbalanced. And then so I think these star forts leave a clue as to, like, we were living in abundance. Everybody was happy. There was enough life, enough people coming in and out of this world. And then so these people who have hijacked our reality and control us, I think they're wiping out the clues to the way that things were living because, you know, it would, like, I hate to say it, but like freedom could essentially be the psyop. When I talk to Americans and I say to Americans, hey, look, freedom is overrated, I get a lot of pushback from that because
but is it really freedom? Is it truly freedom? With how they make it sound, is it really freedom? With the with the amount of responsibility, is that real freedom?
Exactly. Like it would seem that the more freedom we get, the less freedom we have. You know, we're very demoralized. We've been profaned. Like the most extreme of freedom, I would say, is the pornographic industry. Because they used to have like obscenity laws to stop that.
Yeah.
And then they used freedom of expression to bring that in. And then when that comes in, what is happening to us? The men, the women, we're all being demoralized. And then from that, our seed, you know, our children is no longer.
It brings upon impotence.
Yes. Instant separation.
Yep. It brings upon impotence. And then it loses a lot of these things that you need to have some form of value to it. So then it would be easier for you to reproduce, to repopulate this place. But then once you introduce things like those freedoms that you mentioned, like it makes it's almost as if it's a deliberate thing to keep us from holding ourselves to a higher standing, having value in ourselves to where we find each other able to, you know, want to reproduce with somebody. Because, man, you hear so much of this out there. I don't want to have no kids. I don't want to have no kids. Oh, I don't want to have no kids. And I'm like, oh my gosh, nobody wants to have kids. This is crazy.
Right. And to reinforce, oh, sorry.
I was gonna say, go ahead, jump. Go Go ahead.
I was going to say, to reinforce Raphael's idea of the sacred spirituality of sexuality. Like, if you think about the process you went through as a young man and engaging in that first act, like, it's such a sacred thing and such a moving and transformative process that in the mainstream, it's so vilified and demeaned that he's right that everybody's losing their dignity due to this. Like, the flippant way that I hear about people talking about hooking up and body count and stuff like this, like, they're totally overlooking like the spiritual, like really what you go through and the mind changing thing that it genuinely is. Like, it baffles me.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think like when we were living in these star palaces, what life was like was that we probably spent like 4 hours a day making sure there was enough food. Everybody had their role. Like I think if you were like 18 to 25, you would have been responsible for maintenance. And then once you progress to something like 50 to 60, you would have become an elder, a teacher, you know, and like all of that is kind of like, it takes away from what we are now. And, you know, we don't really practice living in celebration of life. And I think in these star palaces, we were celebrating life on a daily basis. We were creating culture, dances, festivals, you know, and then we were coming together as a community to celebrate life each and every single day.
And it seems like it appears as if it may have been easier to come out as a community within your star fort, if that's what it was there for. You know what I'm saying? It looks like it was the community's responsibility for the star fort to thrive as well. To where if all hands didn't come out and do their part, more than likely they'd fall apart.
Yeah. And then also, there would have been an exchange between each star palace. You know, like we would be able to like visit another star palace if we were invited, if we created like a ceremony or a celebration that was so unique, they would invite us over and we would go and celebrate with the next tribe over. So there was an exchange between the people of the world, but like everybody had their home base. Everybody was, I don't think there was such things as homelessness.
Yeah, no. I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I don't know how we got to that point here where there's homelessness, but there's so much land. There is so much land in this world. It doesn't make sense how somebody could be homeless. It doesn't. It blows my mind how there could be homelessness, especially in the United States. Have you been to Nebraska before? Nebraska, flat and all. Yeah, it's flat as hell. Flat, man. It's like Taylor Swift, front and back flat. Flat in a mug, man.
Nice analogy.
And there's so much land, but yet there's no place for this. They don't have nothing for these homeless people.
I know,
and I'm like, it don't make no sense, man. Why don't we just find a place for?
Salt
You got
Lake
these
City.
extra bodies on the street. You don't want them in the street. Put them in a house.
Salt Lake City.
Yeah,
Well,
right.
Yeah.
That's just, those are test subjects.
I guess, yeah.
What better way to do it? I'm just saying.
I've often pondered that too. I've got like 10 acres in West Tennessee, and I've thought, how many people could I house like in a commune? Like, because there's a natural spring there, and then there's woods, and if you cultivated the food, I thought, how many people could that just small portion support? And then I think about the vast tracts of like really, really good land in the Tennessee Valley that is so sparsely populated, just a couple of hundred folks per town.
Wow.
Well, I've done the calculations for America. In America, if you take all the arable land in America and you divide it by 330 million, it's 12,000 square feet per person. 12,000 square feet per person.
Yeah, because you could take your house, you could put a 2,500 square foot house on there.
Well, yeah. Well, this is what I'm saying. Like,
yeah,
I'm
that's
saying
plenty
that,
of space.
Do you know what that translates into acreage? 12,000 square feet is.
Oh, it's not even. It's like what? It's 4,900 square feet or so.
12,000 square meters. So
yeah, because like 4,900 square feet for an acre. You got to roll?
Yeah.
Just
Y'all, I want
say,
to say goodbye to y'all. I do apologize, but I'm getting a call in the front. And when are you going on next?
It's looking like Tuesday, but anything can happen between now and Tuesday. So
All right. I might be contacting you here soon. I do appreciate y'all. I'm sorry to interrupt y'all. Y'all keep going on. what you're doing. I'll probably pass out to it though after I get this taken care of. Thank y'all for everything.
You bet, Siv.
All right,
God's
man.
All right, man. It's good to have
to
you,
see
man.
you. Thank you.
Peace, bro. All right, y'all. Porter's out.
Yeah,
Porter's
it
out.
was nearly. I think it's nearly 2 acres. 12,000 square feet. It's nearly 2 acres.
Okay, wow. Then I've got an allotment
No.
worth 5 people, I guess.
12,000 square feet. That's not 2 acres. Because 49,000 square feet, if I'm not mistaken, like 49,000 square feet is an acre. 49,000 square feet, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, I'm trying to like convert from imperial to what you guys use in America. So
Right.
it's 4,000 square meters. So 4,000 square meters to me, I always multiply it by 3. So that's 12,000 square feet for me.
Square meters
4,000
is square feet. Hold on. Yeah.
Do you know what a square meter of living space in Beijing costs right now? About $20,000 US per square meter.
That's ridiculous. All that space that China's got. But is it because people want to live near the water?
Yeah, it's because people want to live here. And they just basically told everyone since about 10, 15 years ago that nobody else is going to buy property here.
Jeez. Yeah,
It
I
went-
would not want to live there.
Yeah, it went from 3,000 RMB per square meter to anywhere from 80 to 120,000 per square meter since I've lived here.
There we go. See, I have 19,000 square feet. And it's just under half an acre. Yeah. So, okay. So around 40 grand, 40,000 square feet or so. 40 something like that. Maybe it's a morning star.
Okay.
Morning star for those star spaces. Renegade again, I guess. The star. Some are renegade again. I don't understand. Je ne comprends pas. I don't understand.
Maybe retrograde.
To touch a little on Dojo's idea of how this really awakens the human being and gives greater potential to human life. The old style of structure here in Beijing is called a Sihoyar, which is a 4-courtyard style structure. It's a Chinese complex, but every house was organized around a central courtyard with a well, like for water, and so everyone could emerge like in the morning and do morning exercises and stuff like this. And the feng shui balance of it just seems so apt to promoting human life. And I wanted to also mention the ones that are down in Fujian that are called the Tulo, which were built in huge round structures. They're like apartment complexes that are round, where everybody's front door faces the central courtyard. And so when you would emerge, you would have like this entire energy of community. Again, it's China and the idea of that type of communal living, but it really does have something to it that like gives a very social and interesting feel to living.
Are you there, Frank?
Yeah,
Dojo,
sorry,
you there? Okay, I was gonna say it was an abrupt cutout. Wow. Okay. Yeah. China always found a way to make it to where it's like the people keep everything relevant. The people are very important, and the community is important.
Yeah. And I think our current logistics of economics, which is capitalism, yeah, I think that is what is the sickness in the world, like capitalism itself. Because in capitalism, you have to strive and work in order to buy land.
Yeah.
And then so, yeah.
Yeah, you're not guaranteed. Like, you die, man, and your taxes better be on point, or else that land is going right back into their coffers.
Pretty much. It's a system of title deeds, and then so we have to buy our lot. So it's because every time I talk about this kind of stuff, it's it becomes like, well, you're talking about communism, and communism has such a bad stain to it. But I'm not really talking about communism, because communism was the state taking control of the resources for the community. Okay, but I think if we are able to change the economics so that each citizen was given their lot instead of, upon birth, a certificate, then I think that would go a long way towards like changing the economics of it.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's part of the reason why I'm doing these land calculations. You know,
Right. Yeah.
arable land divided by the population.
Mm-hmm.
And then that will give you a sense of, hey, hold on, let's question this thing that we call economic supply, demand, competition,
Right.
you know, money, lending, mortgage, and all that. And then once we start to talk about it, then maybe we may be able to like influence the next generation to start thinking about these things, because the Zoomers are very, very angry at us.
Yes. They feel we dropped the ball big time.
Yeah. And then so we can appeal to them. We can say, hey, Zoomers, we sympathize with you. Because like when my parents were purchasing land here in Australia, it was something like in the order of like 20,000, 40,000, 60,000. And then now the Zoomers, they have to put down a deposit of something like 600,000, 200,000, 300,000.
Yeah, forget about it.
Just to get a mortgage.
Forget about it, man. And there's all that land in Australia. It's but even though it's desert like a mug, but still, it's like all that land, man. There's so much land. Some of them got spiders all over the place, but yeah.
Well, in Australia, it's actually 45,000 square feet. So 15,000 square meters per person.
Jeez, man.
27. You see, and then like when I start doing these calculations, then it, you know, it enters in the consciousness to say, hey, like, why am I having to buy land? And why is there one person owning 1,000 property? Because these people who own 1,000 properties, it's not in their best interest to like revolutionize the economics. They want to hold on to it. But if the economics was revolutionized, everybody would be living in a palace.
Yes.
Everyone would be rich. So I'm not really asking these multi-millionaires to give up anything. I'm asking them to help enrich us all, humanity. And then maybe we might get back to like building these star forts as soon as we like try to figure out the system of energy that they had, because it looked like not only was it a system of energy, it looks like it's a system of healing, and it looked like a system of production, of food production.
Yeah, and you know, I was looking at the proximity of some of those star forts, how close they were, how many of those arms were situated. And one of the first things that came to mind were dendrites, were how nerves work. You know what I'm saying? Nerves talking, one nerve talking to another nerve. Synapses, and there was little breaks in between, you know, from one nerve to another nerve, the chemical reaction in order for the nerves to actually speak to one another. And I'm wondering if that's how some of these star forts functioned. If they functioned much in the same way, like nerves function.
Yeah. I mean, look at the map that we have on the screen at the moment. Like, I'm not sure what it is, but like it would look like it's a map of all these star forts, right? And then they're spreading out along the dendrites of the river systems, the water systems. And then so they were harnessing the natural power of nature, and they were in tune with it. And here's the thing with like all of these star palaces, if we were to like give people the vision of this way of living, what they will automatically, instinctually do is like, I want my internet. I want to go to the mall. I want the fashion shows and all that. Well, in order to appeal to them, we would say, hey, look, you can have all that and more.
Yes.
Yeah. In this system here, you're only going to be working 4 hours, and then you're going to be bored half the time. And then your innovation and your ingenuity is going to go up, because I believe that because under current economic theory is to say, well, if we give everybody enough land and enough food and enough water, everyone's going to be fat, lazy, and obese. That's a very negative way of looking at your fellow man. I believe that if we were given enough food, enough water, and enough of everything, you will see each and every human being at their best.
Yeah. Yeah,
Not at
because
their
people would task themselves with things to do. Like here we are, we're discussing this, right? Outside of this, we have projects going on. Like and we that's the thing with true earthers, flat earthers. We don't just take it lying down. You know what I'm saying? We're up, we're looking at the next thing. What's the next thing? How do we make this better? And so I think that's people in general. Like they're like, yeah, I got a little bit of money, I got a little bit of land, but how could I make it better? Could I put some fruit? Can I put veggies around here? Can I grow a farm? Can I raise animals like livestock? What else can we do here? How do we make this interesting? How do we jazz it up? I totally agree.
Yeah. Not only that, like there are people out there that will try to one up you. Oh yeah, you built your own property over there, you built your own house, and it looked like it was made for kings. I'm gonna do better than you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like you had the time to like build your own car. Well, like check out my car.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah,
Oh
you
yeah.
design your own dress.
Yeah. You're raising cows. Well, look at me. I'm raising elephants.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
that would
exactly.
be weird drinking elephant milk. Fuck that. I don't know about all that.
Look at this dress I made, you know, and then like the ladies would be like one-upping each other, trying to make even more fancy dresses.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, oh, you created a song. Well, hear my song.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you organized a concert with your community. Look at our Star Palace.
Yes.
Look at the concert that we did. You know, we got a basketball team at our Star Fort. You wanna compete?
Yeah. And be like, nah, our Star Fort is full of midgets. But we'll wrestle y'all.
So, yeah. Things like that.
Yeah. Shit.
But,
Yeah, man. Yeah. Family. Yo, it is getting long in the tooth tonight. I hate to have to run this damn thing close, but I've got to be up in like 5 hours. Usually we be going long. We be going the long. We go for the long ball. But tonight, man, family. Yeah. But Dojo, yeah, we're gonna it's gonna have to be cut a little short. But what did you think of the stuff, man, that we saw earlier as far as these star forts are concerned? Is this something new? What Raphael is showing you right now, that 13 monkeys presented and all the information? That have you ever seen this?
I'm not sure, but I'm going to go check out his channel. Like I've already subscribed to it, but
Okay.
I kind of cut out a little bit because like I went out for a bit and I came back and I didn't see. But yeah, I mean, thanks for hosting. Like always, you've been a soldier. Like you've been on for longer than needed. But yeah, thanks for hosting.
It's all good, man. It's all good. Like this stuff is this information is, I wouldn't even know where to place it, to be honest with you. It's so necessary that we've got the puzzle pieces in front of us. At least we gather more pieces and then we try to see how they fit. It's so necessary. But at the same time, while we understand it's necessary, we need to get rid of the nonsense. The nonsense ones, you're even right. If we don't get rid of it, at least use it as a template to show what you don't do, what you don't listen to. Be like, this is the old way of thinking. This is how they had us thinking before. If it would be used for anything, I guess it could be used for that. Totally agree.
Yeah,
totally agree.
Nothing is more powerful nothing is more powerful than an idea whose time has come.
That's right.
Yeah, it's high time that we started like investigating these ideas from a perspective of, you know, because we're all here to try to make each and everybody's lives better.
Yep.
You know, and we're investigating these ideas, and I think you're on the right path by exploring these topics.
I appreciate that, brother. I think we're all looking for the answers. So whatever I don't know, you guys fill in the gaps, or whatever I come across that don't make sense to me, I'm sure we've got a lot of smart folks in here. And so I'm sure somebody can add some kind of layer of truth or dimension to these puzzles to where it becomes palatable and a little bit easier to understand, you know? So, yeah, family. Yeah, family. We be going hard in the paint, man, but my black ass I'm out of power. I done drove my black ass here from up north. And then I tried to, I did the best I could for the night. But Tuesday is upon us. Tuesday is upon us. Yes, it is. It is upon us. And so since Tuesday is upon us, you know what I'm saying? We could revisit much of this. And then, of course, we're going to have something different to flex on for the fam. So I appreciate y'all, man. Nah, man, it's good, y'all. It's good. You know what I'm saying? It's good. I appreciate y'all. And thank you for our guests, Dojo, Porter, as well as Raphael. Act like you know 26. Much appreciated, family. Much appreciated. So, Raphael, do you have any last words, bro?
Well, I can only say, even though I don't harp on it so much, generally speaking, I agree with most of what you just said, Dojo, in terms of human potential and how it should actually be done. And yeah, last thing, maybe, you know, they always talk about what is a type 1 civilization, if it can, you know, process all the energy, this and that. I'm proposing a type 1 civilization is a civilization that knows where it is, where it's coming from, and has some idea of where it's going. And, you know, let's get there. Thanks, everyone.
All right,
All right.
Raphael.
Let everyone.
Doge.
Yep.
You have anything for the team? Any last parting words?
No, not really. Just like always, every breath you take is a victory. So, you know, breathe deep, breathe proud, and yeah, peace and love to everyone. And see everyone next time.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. And family, hey man, I really appreciate y'all coming out. And we're going to do it again on Tuesday. Please be here. But before you roll, make sure to like, make sure to share, make sure to sub to this content if you are shadow watching. Now, with that, like I said, we're starting to transfer over slowly but surely over to Rumble. Be sure to join us there if you can, right? Join us at Rumble. Rumble's a little bit different. But if you could afford to drive by Rumble, drop by Rumble, show some love. You know, we're trying to do something a little bit different as opposed to doing it on YouTube the whole time, because YouTube just makes stuff kind of difficult, you know? So either way, doesn't matter whether you're on Rumble, YouTube, don't matter. I really appreciate y'all being here, man. You guys really do me justice by doing this with us. And we learn quite a bit together, right? I can't know everything, and I definitely know I don't know everything. But you guys coming together, us coming together, and figuring this out makes everything so much more worth being involved in dealing with. So for that alone, I thank you. But even still, let's get ready to get up out of here, man. It's late as hell. But family, I want to give you my blessing before I get up out of here. I wish you nothing but the best. Health, wealth, love, joy, prosperity, most of all, wisdom. Thank you, Dojo. Thank you, Porter. And thank you, Raphael. Act like you know, brother, man. It's been a pleasure. And I'm going to continue to go through those Vienna pictures with you the next time around. If you come here, we're going to finish up the pictures. Yeah. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
All right. And thanks, there goes Raphael's link right there in the bottom. So y'all make sure y'all sub to that man. Amazing, amazing content. Awesome guest. I appreciate y'all. And wisdom, family. And with that, I love you. I'm out. Let's get some of this action going on here. Peace.
Yes, we're moving.